Hello. Hello and welcome to Maths for Team Daniel. Um, so today I'll be going through some past papers. I have a bit of a schedule. So the plan today will be to go through all the paper one in preparation for the Thursday paper one exam. Um, and and I'll start with the Edexcel foundation, then the AQA foundation, the OCR paper 1, which happens to be the foundation paper. Then I'll move into the Edexcel higher, AQA higher, and then the OCR higher. So I'll be covering probably just one paper each. I think that's how much time I'll have. Um, and I reckon I can wait a few more minutes, let some people tune in, and then um, if you're live, drop a message. Let me know you're here, and then maybe I can make start at some point. Um, and then yeah, so we'll just wait a little bit, see what see who tunes in to this charity stream. It's all going to Team Daniel, the charity that I've been working with for for quite a while, maybe about 2 years. Um, and they do excellent work. Um, don't forget to like the stream also. Um, have let me know that you're there and I'm not talking to myself. Uh, um, yeah, so I'll actually start by posting the first paper that I'll cover, which is this one, the Edexcel Foundation. Um, so I've dropped link in the chat so people can have a look at it, see what's what. By the way, the working outs of the papers, I'll make them available as well. So if you're watching this afterwards at some point, there will be a link in the comments somewhere. A link to probably a Google Drive with um, with all of the papers and the solve solutions as well. So you can have a look. You can watch the stream. You can have a look, um, and and yeah, you can follow through. Hopefully, it'll be good. A bit of preparation before your exams. I know exam time. It's a tricky time because you're trying to manage a lot of things. Um, it's a scary time because of all the pressure that you receive from many people. You get pressure from your teachers, from your parents, from yourselves. Um, so yeah, we'll give it a few, maybe 2 3 more minutes, and and I'll make start um, for this charity stream. I'll probably post something online as well to let people know that we are live and people can come and say hello, join the chat, join the stream. Um, yes. Hmm. Actually, I could probably adjust some of this stuff in here. Um, mhm. Mm, mm. Okay, well, I think I can start solving, going through the exams. If you just joined, this is the schedule that I'll be going for. I'll start with the Edexcel, then AQA OCR, starting with all just foundation, um, and then I'll do the higher papers as well. So if you want to do foundation, stick around. Um, if you are doing higher, you can come back later, or you can also do the foundation papers as well. Um, and then yeah. So let's let's make a start. Um, Hello everyone. Um, so we've got the Edexcel Foundation Paper 1 from 2 years ago, actually. And we'll start with question 1. So question 1 says, write 38% as the decimal. Um, Bear in mind that this is a foundation paper, so all the higher people will know how to do this properly from the top of their heads. But the way you go about this is, if you look at this percentage sign, it means percent, which actually means per 100. So another way to write this is 38 over 100. Um, the question doesn't tell you to simplify that further, so you don't have to, but you could if you want to. This could simplify further to 19 over 50. Actually, it says decimal, not fraction, so that's actually my bad. I was thinking this should be a fraction, but no. So to make this into a decimal, you can imagine that every number, imagine the number 5, always has a hidden decimal point on the right of it. So 5 can be written as 5.0. So when you divide by 100 or by 10, what it does, it moves the decimal point to the left. So if you imagine the 38 has a decimal point there, because we divide by 100, we can move the decimal point 2 places to the left, making this 0.38. And that'll be the answer for question 1. Moving on to question 2 then. The question asks, what fraction of this shape is shaded? So here you've got, so first thing we want to do is we want to count how many parts this fraction has. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we know there'll be 9 parts to this. And out of the 9, um, the ones that are, actually, I might have miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's actually 10. So it's not 9, I miscounted in here. So out of the 10, we've got 3. So the fraction is just 3 out of 10. Then moving to question 3. So we've got a list of numbers, and then the question says, from the list, write down the smallest number. So because they're all like 2 digits, it may be a bit tricky to see which one's which. So what you can do is you make sure you can look that they all are aligned. They all have a decimal point. So that's nice, which means you can compare them. So you look at the unit. So in this case, this is 1, this is a 1, this is a 2, this is a 0, this is a 1. So just based on that, you can see that this one is the smallest out of all of these ones. So it'll be 0.5. Then question 4 says work out minus 9 plus 5. This can also be written as 5 minus 9. They're both the same, so you can think about either one in whichever way you want. So what this says, I mean, clearly it will be minus 4, but a nice way to see this is if you have your number line, 5 will be somewhere here, and what the takeaway does, it moves, if we're here, it will move us 9 spaces back to the left, And then if you do the counting, you'll get to minus 4. So the answer here is minus 4. And then we move into question 5. Question 5, quite simple. P minus 2 equals 3. So they do want us to find what P is. And what we do is we add 2 to both sides. Minus 2 plus 2, that's just 0. So on the left hand side we have P is equal to 3 plus 2, and that's just a 5. So P equals 5. Then we continue to question 6. It says Freddy adds labels to this diagram of a circle. So we've got circle, we've got center, he labels this the diameter and this the circumference. Then the question says explain why one of the labels is wrong. So first thing is we check if the labels are what they say. So the circumference is fine because it's the outside of the circle. The center is the center of the circle. Now it says that this is the diameter, but actually this is what we call the radius. The diameter goes from the circumference to the center and then straight to the other side. That would be the diameter. So why one of those is wrong is because the diameter, so either the diameter should go all the way half across the circle, or the diameter should, the label should read radius instead. So those are two ways you can answer this question. Then it says write down 3 different factors of 20. So that the way to think about this question is asking what numbers when you multiply will give you 20. So you've got 5 times 4, so both 5 and 4 are factors of 20. Then you can do 2 times 10, that also gives you 20. So 2 and 10 are also factors of 20. So you can pick any 3. There are a couple more, but you can think of, actually no, I think this might be it. But you just need to pick 3. So you can pick 2, 4, and 5, and they're all factors of 20. Question 8 says, so we've got angles around a point. Part A asks, work out the size of the angle mark X. So you guys remember the whole angle around a point is equal to 360. So if the whole circumference is 360 and this portion is 50, we take away this portion out of the entire thing. So to work out that angle, we'll do 360 minus 50, which is 310 degrees. 310 degrees. So that's the answer. For the people that are just tuning in now, I'll quickly put a pause and share what the schedule for this session will be. So I'm covering paper 1 today. I'm doing the foundation papers first. So I'll do Edexcel, AQA, and OCR. Then after that, we'll have a quick break, and then we'll do the Edexcel, AQA, OCR higher papers. So if you want to tune in at some point later, you can, or you can stick around. I'm all happy you guys are here, anyways. So yes, continuing. So that was part A of question 8. Part B then says, a student says that an angle of 50 is an obtuse angle. The student is wrong. Explain why. So when it comes to angles, we have three categories that we defined. So we've got a very small angle, a right angle, and a big angle. This is what we call an acute. This is a right angle because this forms a right angle, and this is an obtuse angle. So the characteristics is that the acute angle, the angle is less than 90, and in an obtuse, the angle is bigger than 90. Now 50 is less than 90, which makes it an acute angle. That's why the student is wrong. Question 9 then. So part A says, write down the coordinates of point B. When in a question they ask you for coordinates, they want to know their x and y positions in your Cartesian grid. This is what we call a Cartesian grid. Now we use a grid to map, in this case, the position of points. So every point has its unique position on this grid. Each and single point of this. Now the notation that we do for this in coordinates is, the first one is the x value. So where along this x-axis that point is. So point B is along in the 5 position of x. So the x value for it will be 5. And then the y will tell you in the vertical plane. In the vertical plane, point B is at 2. So the coordinates for point B will be 5 and 2. Then it says plot the point with coordinates x and -2. Label this point C. So again, the first number tells you the x coordinate, and the second number tells you the y coordinate. So in the x-axis, 4 is here, so the point will be somewhere along this line. And then the y point is -2, so it will be along this line. Now where they intersect, right here, that's point C. And then it says for part C, write down the coordinates of the midpoint of A and B. So now we stop talking about points and we're talking about a line. A line is just 2 points that have been joined together. So we've got the line A to B. Now the midpoint will be halfway across. Now probably the best way to think about it is you split it into thinking what happens in the x direction and what happens in the y direction, or what happens horizontally and then what happens vertically. So for point A to get down to point B had to go down 2 squares, which means the halfway point will be somewhere along 1 down. And where it intersects the line, that's the midpoint. So the midpoint is right here. And the coordinates for that again, so it'll be where it touches the x-axis, which is at 1, and then where it touches the y-axis, which is at 3. So the point of the coordinates of the midpoint would be 1 and 3. Then part D says, draw the line with the equation y equals -4. So to do that, because they want y equals to -4, so we look at the y-axis and we find where -4 is. So looking at the y-axis, -4 is right here, so the line would be this one. All of these points are that equation, y equals -4. Question 10. It says, Max sees this special offer in a shop. Buy 1 large plate and get 1 small plate for half the normal price. Okay, so you buy 1 large and then you get a small plate for half the normal price. Okay, so it's buy 1, get a small one for half the price. Now we know that the normal price of a large plate is £2. £2. Yeah. And the normal price for a small plate is 80p. Okay, so remember, the offer is buy 1 large plate and get 1 small for half the normal price. So if you were to buy a large plate and a small plate together, you'll pay £2 for the large plate, and you'll pay only half of the ATP for the small plate, which if you did that together, you'll pay 40p. Okay, that's if we want to use the special offer. Then it says Max wants to buy 6 large plates and 6 small plates using this offer. He's got £15. Now the question is, has Max got enough money? So yeah, so he wants to buy for big family, I guess Max has. So we know that if he buys one large and one small, it'll be £2 for the large, it'll be 40p for the small. Together, for just one set, would be £2 plus 40p. Now, a pound has 100 pence. So because we're adding two different units, so we're adding pounds and pence, we either convert, well, we either convert the pounds into pence or the pence into pounds. Now, because in the question they want us to compare it to £15, it's better if we converted the p's into pounds. So 40p would be 0.4 pounds. So we do the similar transformation that we did in question 1 when we transformed the percentage into a decimal. So the 40p, what we're doing is the 40p we divide by 100. Our 40 has a hidden decimal place there, and because we divide by 100, which has two zeros, we move the decimal point twice to the left, making 40p into 0.4 pounds. So for one set, we have £2 plus 0.4, which will give us 2.4 pounds per one large plate and a small plate with a special offer. And we know that Max wants to buy 6 of these ones, so we find out what 2.4 times 6 is. So we do our log multiplication here, because this is paper 1. Paper 1 is a non-calculator. So we do log multiplication, so we multiply 6 times 4. So 6 times 4 equals to 24. We put the 4 down here, and we put the 2 out here, because we carry it. Then we do 6 times 2. 6 times 2, that's 12. And then we add the 2 that we carried from here. So it'll be 12 plus 2, and that's 14. So it'll be 14. Now, because we multiply 2.4 times 6, we carry one decimal point, so we count our 144. Our answer has the decimal point here, which will move it here. So our answer will be 14.4. So for 6 large plates and 6 small plates using the offer, Max needs 14.4 pounds. And he has 15, which means he does have enough money. And he actually has some change. He doesn't have enough money to buy anything else, but he can buy what he wants. Question 11. It says, a total of 700 tickets were on a sale for a football match. 452 of the tickets were sold. How many were not sold? So, total tickets would include the sold plus the unsold. So we know we've got a total of 700. So we want to remove, so in order to know how many were sold, we remove the number of tickets that were sold. So we take away 452. So we do the check. Can we take away 2 from 0? We cannot. So we make the 0 into a 10, making the next number is a 9, and the 7 will be a 6. So 10 take away 2, that'll be 8. 9 take away 5, that'll be 4. And 6 take away 4, that'll be 2. So the number of unsold tickets is 248. Then it says, for a different football match, 297 tickets were sold for £9.5, so £9.50 each. And 399 tickets were sold for £19.50 each. Work out an estimate, so keyword here, estimate. Now, by reading the question, you can already tell you may need to do some kind of estimation because they gave you awkward looking numbers. Yeah. So if you see in the previous question, there was simple numbers like 700, kind of round number, and then previously they weren't that difficult, which means because they want an estimate, we need to round these numbers to a more convenient number. Yeah. And we can do them for all of them. So for instance, 297 we can make that rounding up into 300. Nice round number. 399 we can also round to 400. Another nice and easy number. £9.50 we can round this to 10. Again, nice round number. And 1950 we can round this to 20. £10, £20. So then the question says, work out an estimate for the total amount of money paid for these tickets. So if we sell these 300 tickets at £10 each, the total would be 300 times 10, because each ticket is £10. So for all 300, we get 300 times 10, which is about £3,000. So for the first set of tickets, this was around 3,000. Then for the second set, so we've got 400 tickets at £20 each. It'll be 400 times 20, and that'll be
worse and is now a massive.
okay. There we go. We're back. Sorry about that. So multiplying then. So in here, the multiplication was easy because so when we multiply by 10, we just add a 0 to the number. So the 300 became 3,000 because we just add a 0. For this one, we can do something similar as well, because the 20, so we have 400 times 20. Now 20 you can think of 10 times 2. So we know, so 400 times 10 will give us 4,000, and then we times it by 2, so we double it, and that'll make it 8,000. Now, because the answer wants an estimate for the total, we add our 3,000 to our 8,000, and that gives us 0 plus 0, 0 plus 0, 0, 3 plus 8, that's 11. So it'll be an estimate of £11,000. So bear in mind this question is 3 marks, so you'll get 1 mark for working out 3,000 correctly. You get another mark for working out 8,000 correctly, and then you get your last mark for adding them correctly as well. Then part C says, is your answer to part B an underestimate or an overestimate? That means is, compared to part B, is the actual number less or more of what you estimated? Now, because we rounded all of the numbers up, So 297 went up to 300, 399 went up to 400, £9.50 went up to £10, and 19.50 went up to £20. So you can think that we inflated the prices. So this will be an overestimate because we're going over the actual price. Because the actual price will be a little bit less than this. It'll be around this, but it'll be less than it. So then this is an overestimation because we rounded up all of the numbers. You could have also rounded them down to all the numbers. It won't give you as an accurate of an answer, but that would still be a valid reason for this. Now, question 12 says we've got here 6 numbers. Work out the mean. So the mean is another word for average. So work out an average for these numbers. Now, the way we work that out is we count how many numbers. So they tell us we've got 6 numbers. So we add all of them together. So we do 13 plus 5 is equal to 18. So add it and add it. Then we add 4. This is 22. Cross it. Plus 9. That's 31. Cross it. Plus 3. That's 34. Cross it. And then plus 8. It'll be 42. So now that we added all of the numbers together, we divided by the total number that we added. So we added 6 numbers, then we do 42 divided by 6. Now you check your 6 times table and you realize that actually 42 is in that 6 times table and it's equal to 7. So our answer is 7. And question 13 says simplify 15a over 3. So 15 you can write as 5 times 3. So this expression will be equal to 15. So no, it will be equal to 5 times 3 times a, all of that divided by 3. Now look, there's a 3 in the numerator and a 3 in the denominator, which you can simplify, leaving you with 5a. So the answer is 5a. Part B then. It says simplify this. Now this may look a bit confusing, but there's a way to solve this accurately and safely. So you want to underline the like terms. So for example, so this is 19, is just a number. So we're going to do another line. Then 5b is not a number, but it's a number with b's in it. So we're going to give it a little hat. 4c, so c is different from b. So instead of give it a line or a hat, we're going to give it an under hat. Now it's minus 7b is like the 5b, so again we give it a hat, and c is like 4c, so we give it an under hat. So now we add like terms together. So the 19 stays as it is, so 19 stays as it is. Then we look at the b's, so we have plus 5b, don't forget that it always carries the sign with it. So that plus belongs to the 5b. So it'll be plus 5b minus 7b, and that makes it minus 2b. So we're collating our answer here, so it'll be 19 minus 2b. Then we look at the c's. So we've got plus 4c plus c, and that makes it 5c, because 4 plus 1 is 5. So plus 5c. So now the simplified version of this is 19 minus 2b plus 5c. And that's for part B. Then part C says factorize 8d minus 6. So factorize, to factorize means to take a factor out. So we're going to do something similar to what we did in part A, where we split the numbers into its factors. So, and then we'll do simple factors first. So 8 can be thought as 2 times 4, and 6 can be 2 times 3. So rewriting this, we get 2 times 4 times d minus 2 times 3. Now look, both terms have a 2 factor, so we take it out. So we take out the 2, so that means we open a bracket. So for this term, if we take the 2 out, we are left with 4D. And in the second term, if we take the 2 out, we end up with minus 3. So the factorized version is 2 times bracket 4D minus 3. Okay, question 14. Last week, 73% of the tickets sold at the cinema were adult tickets. What percentage of the tickets sold were not adult? So when it comes to percentage, the total is always 100%. So 100% will be, in this case, the adult tickets plus the not adult tickets. Now we know that the adult tickets were 73%, so we take away 100 from, we take 73 from 100. So we take away, this becomes a 10, this becomes a 9. So 10 take away 3, that's 7. 9 take away 7, that's 2. So we're left, which are the not adult tickets, is 27%. Then it says, some people watched a film at a cinema. The number of adults, so the ratio of number of adults to number of children is 2 to 5. What fraction of these people were adults? So they want this in a fraction form. So when it comes to ratios, the total number of parts would be 2 plus 5. So you have 7 parts in total. So that means in your fraction, a 7 goes there. Now because you want what fraction of these people were adults, so the ratio is 2 to 5, which means 2 out of, so out of 7 people, 2 of them are adults. So now this is a fraction. So 2 over 7. Then it says on Friday, 500 people watched a film at the cinema. 70% of these people were children. On Saturday, so on the next day, 720 people watched the film at the cinema. 5/8 of these people were children. Okay, so in both cases, they're telling us the number of children that watched a film at the cinema. Kasim thinks more children watched the film on Friday than on Saturday. Is Kasim correct? So at this point we cannot compare directly. So let's figure out how many children watched a film on Friday and how many on a Saturday. So the first thing we want to do is we want to work out 70% of 500. So we know that 70% of 100 would just be 70. And 500 has 5 100ths. So which means in the 500 there'll be 5 sets of these 70 people. So that will make 5 times 70 children. And without looking at the zero, 5 times 7 is 35. And with a 0. So that's the number of people of children that watched a film on the cinema on Friday. So this is Friday. Then on Saturday, 720 people watched the film and 5/8. So now we gotta find 5/8 of this. So very similarly to how we found the percentage, in this case we multiply the fraction. So every number has a hidden, can be written as a fraction because it has a hidden 1. So 720 divided by 1 is the same as 720. So we multiply this fraction, and then this becomes 720 times 5 divided by 8. Now, we could multiply this 720 and the 5, and we'll get a decently enough number. But then that's going to make life a bit trickier. So instead, what we should do is we should simplify this first. So simplify this and this. So we know that 8, in the timetables of 8, 72 is there. So 8 times 9 is equal to 72, which would mean that 8 times 90 will give us 720, which means that this fraction, so 720 times 5 divided by 8 would be equal to, so this would simplify to 90 times 5. And 90 times 5, so again we look just at this number, which is in the times table of 5, so it'll be 5 times 9, which is 45, and we add a 0, so it'll be 400 and 450 on Saturday. So then the question is Kasim correct? And Kasim said that more children watched the film on Friday than Saturday, but on Friday only 350 children watched the film. So he is not correct, because on Saturday 100 more children watched the film. Moving on to question 15. Work out this. So again, like in the previous question, you want to simplify this first. So 6 sevenths times 5 over 12 times 5 over 12. Let me just erase that. So this can be written as 6 times 5 over 7 times 12. Now we look if in the numerator and the denominator there's something we can simplify. We look at the 6 and the 12. 12 is in the times table of 6, which means, so we rearrange this, it'll be 6 over, so 6 times 5 over 12 times 7. So now we can simplify this. So if we simplify this, this becomes 1 times 5 over 2 times 7, because 6 times 2 is equal to 12. And then this becomes 1 times 5 is just 5 over 2 times 7, 14. And this is the answer. So I always advise it's better and easier if you simplify sooner rather than later, because you can also do the multiplication and then do the division, but you're just making your life harder than it needs to be. Question 16. So here's the list of ingredients for making 20 biscuits. So to make 20 biscuits, we need 150 grams of butter, 100 grams of sugar, and 250 grams of flour. So that's for 20 biscuits. Harry wants to make 60 biscuits. How much flour does Harry need? So one set of biscuits will give us 20. Now into 60 we need 3 sets of this, because one, so if you think about 20, 40, 60, so plus 20 is 40, so that's 2 sets, plus another 20, that's 3 sets. So we need 3 sets of this. Now the question only wants flour, so we need 3 sets of this amount of flour. So it'll be 250 plus 250 plus 250. So it'll be 0 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5, that's 15. Get 1 to 6, 7. So it'll be in total 750 grams of flour that he needs. And it says, question 17, there are 200 counters in a bag, 38 counters are red, 52 counters are blue, the rest of the counters are yellow or green. Right, so then it says there are the same number of yellow counters as green counters. Okay, so it'll be either yellow or green. But as it happens, there are the same number of yellows and greens. What percentage of the counters in the bag are yellow? Okay, so we can say that in our 200 bag we have 38 that are red plus 52 that are blue and plus some unknown that are yellow plus green, but they are the same. Okay, so let's first figure out how many are yellow and green. So 200 will we'll add the red and the blue, so it'll be 52 plus 38, so it's 10, carry a 1, so it's 9, so it's 90. So it's 90 red and blue. So now we take that away from the 200 counted, so take away 90, so 0, and then it'll be 11. So it'll be 110 is your yellow plus your green. Now, because they are the same number, so we can divide this by 2. So divided by 2, so 5, carry 1, 0, 5, 0. So there will be 55 yellow and 55 green. Okay. Now it wants the percentage of the counters in the bag that are yellow. So to find the percentage, so we know we have 55 that are yellow, then we divide by the total number of counters, which is 200. So this doesn't strictly tell us the percentage, but we can simplify this dividing by 2. So if we do 55 divided by 2, so it's 2, 1, 5. So it'll be 7, 1. Put a decimal point, add a 0 here. So it'll be, so this could be the same as 27.5 divided by 100. So we simplified by 2. Then, so now this tells us the percentage. So for every 100, we get a match. So the percentage is 27.5%. Question 18. Naomi has B bags of apples, C crates of apples. So we've got bags and crates of apples. So you can imagine this is a crate, and in the crate there'll be a number of bags, and in each bag there'll be some apples. So so it says, so there are 5 apples in each bag. Oh, actually no, that was wrong. They're kept separately. And there are 28 apples in each crate. So actually, so you have your crate with some apples, and then you have your bags also with some apples. It says that Naomi has T apples. Okay. So she's got B bags of apples and C crates of apples. So this is the number of bags that she had. She's got B bags. So you can just keep as B. So if in each bag you get 5 apples, the number of apples in bags will be 5 times B. So it'll be 5 B apples in bags. And then because there are 28 apples in each crate and she's got C crates, it'll be 28 C apples. So the total will be them together. So T for total will be 5B plus 28C. Now we can't add them, so we just leave them as it is. So it'll be 5B plus 28C. And that'll be that. Question 19 says here the first 5 numbers of an arithmetic sequence. Find an expression in terms of n for the nth term of this sequence. So first thing you want to do is you want to check how does the sequence work. So to go from -5 to 3 we add 8. To go from 3 to 11 we add 8 again. 11 to 19 add 8, and then 19 to 27 add 8. So it goes up by 8 every time. Now, because it wants an expression, so your nth term, remember this, will be equal to your first term, which is minus 5, plus your ratio, which is 8, times n. So this will be the nth term of the sequence. So for whatever term you want to find, this is how you do it. So if you want to find the zero term, yeah, do it like that. I think might be wrong actually. So yes. So for question 20 then, work out 8.46 divided by 0.15. So again, so this is a non-calculator. Let's put this into a fraction. We'll be able to have a look a bit better. So it'll be 8.46 divided by 0.15. So because they're in a fraction, what we can do is we can move both decimal places by the same number of decimal points, and it'll be fine. So this can be rewritten as 846 divided by 15. And then we go and try to work this out. So we do long division. So 846 divided by 15. So we have two numbers here. So we see how many 15s can go into 84. And I think it'll be 5. So 15. So we check 15 times 5. 15 times 5. So 5 times 5 is 25. Carry the 2. So it'll be 75. So you check. If you think you'll fit 4, you'll fit 5, you just check. I just have a feeling. I know it'll be 5, so it'll be 5. So 5 times 15, so it's 75. So take away from it, and then we end up with 9. Carry the 6. So then we check how many 15s can fit into 96. So I know that 2 15s will fit into 30. 4 15s will fit into 60. So 6 15s will fit into 90. So it will be 6. Then 6 times 15 is 90. So it's 90. So take away, we end up with 6. So we're not done yet, which means we can put a decimal point here, and then the 6 becomes a 60. And we know that 4 15s can fit into 60. So we put a 4 here. So 4 times 15, 60, 0. So the answer is 56.4. Question 21. Give your answer as a mixed number. So my suggestion for this kind of question is always to make them into improper fractions first, do the takeaway, and then put it back into a mixed number. So 7 and 3/8 as an improper fraction will be 8 times 3, 8 times 7 plus 3 over 8. So the denominator stays the same. Now for the second one, it'll be, so 2.5 will be 2 times 2. So 2 times 2 plus 1 over 2. 8 times 7 is 56 plus 3 over 8. So this is 59 over 8. 2 times 2 is 4 plus 1 is 5 over 2. So then this becomes 59 over 8 minus 5 over 2. So in order to take away, we need to make the denominators the same. So 5 over 2 can be 10 over 4 and can be 20 over 8. So then we take away 59 over 8 minus 20 over 8, and that's equal to 39 over 8. Yeah. And now we can make this into improper fraction. So to do that, we do long division of 39 divided by 8. So it'll go 4 times, which is, so 4 times 8 is 32. We have remainder 7. So this is an improper fraction. So what you divide by becomes the denominator. Your answer becomes the whole number, and your remainder becomes the numerator. So this becomes 4 and 7/8. This is just my preference. You can do it in a different way as well, but I think this is a bit, there's less room for error if you do it this way. Question 2. A cube has a total surface area of 150 centimeters squares. So this is our cube. Cube. Now it says that a surface area, which means all of these faces added together should give me 150 degrees. Now we know that a cube will have 6 faces, and each face and one face, the area of one face, because it's a square, will be, let's call this A, so it'll be A times A. So one face will be A squared. Now for all 6 faces, it'll be 6A squared, and all of that together should give me 150 centimeters squared. So let's find the side. So it'll be A squared is equal to 150 divided by 6, and again we do long division, times 2 is 3, 0, 5. So it's 25, which means one of my sides is 5. So this is 5, this is 5. Now the question says work out the volume of the cube. So the volume of the cube will be your base area, which is this one, which is 5 times 5, and then times the height. So the volume will be 5 times 5 times 5. So times 5 times 5 is 25 times 5. So we do long multiplication. Well, when you do long multiplication, you get that it's 125. So that's the volume of the cube. Okay. Question 23 says the table shows information about the daily rainfall in a town for 60 days. Draw a frequency polygon for this information. So from 0 to 5 we get 8. So we count, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. So from 0 to 5 it'll be there. Then from 5 to 10 it'll be 24. So 24, so 20 is there. So 21, 22, 23, 24 will be right here. Then from 10 to 15 is 13. So 10 is here. So it'll be 11, 12, 13. So it'll be here. That's 13. And then from 15 to 20 is 11. 11 is here. And then from 20
It's Matthew McConaughey.
Okay, there we go. I might need to get a new headset. It's a bit strange. Anyways, let's continue. So from 20 to 25, the frequency is 4, so we put our 4 here. Now, because you want a frequency polygon, you just unite the dots. Obviously, you will use a ruler. I don't have a ruler here, so I just do it by hand. And there we go. It does look like a polygon. Question 24. So we've got 3 sets. We've got the universal set. So you know it's universal because it has this weird looking E. So that means these are all the numbers. All the numbers that we are containing, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Then set A is the odd numbers. So the odd numbers would be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then set B is the square numbers. So your square numbers will be 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, and so on. But out of all the numbers, your squared numbers will just be 1, 4, and 9. Okay. Now we can complete our Venn diagram. So we look at the intersection first. What is common between them? So there is a 1, there's a 1, there's a 1, so the 1 goes here. Then there's a 9, a 9, and a 9, so the 9 goes here. Okay, so that's all this intersection. Then we just fill the rest. So for B, where we're left is with the 4, so the 4 goes here. And then for set A, we put 3, 5, 7. Oh, so we need to cross the 4, the 3, the 5, and the 7. And what we're left is with the 2, 6, 8, and 10. And that's our completed Venn diagram. Then Poppy says, a number is chosen at random from the universal set. Find the probability that this number is in the set B hat. So B hat means not B. So if all of this is B, and we choose a number random, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 7 numbers out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 numbers. So the probability is 7 over 10, or 0.7. Both answers will be fine. Scatter diagram shows information about the ages and weights of some babies. We've got age in the x-axis and weight in the y-axis. Describe the relationship between the ages. So as the age increases, the weight increases. That's what we call a positive correlation. Another baby has a weight of 5.8 kilograms. Using the scatter diagram, find an estimate for the age of these babies. So first thing you want to do is you want to do line of best fit. I'm going to do my best to do a line of best fit. It's going to look something like that. And then so if the baby weighs 5.8, so 5 is here and 5.8 will be here. So we take it to our scatter diagram, we bring it down, and that's about, so 3 is here, so it's about 3.6. So it'll be about 3.6 months. So this is positive correlation. Okay, question 26. So the price of a holiday increases by 20%. This 20% increase adds 240 to the price of the holiday. Work out the price of the holiday before the increase. So we know that 20% is 240. We want to get back to 100%. Alright, so from 20 to 5 to 100, we times 5. So we times 5 this as well. So we do a long multiplication. 5 times 0, 0, 20, carry the 2, 10, 12. So it's £1,200. Question 27. The diagram shows a solid cylinder on a horizontal floor. Okay, so this is a solid cylinder. Now they tell us the pressure equals force over area. Then it says the cylinder has a volume of 1200 centimeters cubed and a height of 40. So volume is the base area times the height. So that's the information we have so far. Then it says that the cylinder exerts a force of 90 newtons on the floor. Work out the pressure on the floor due to the cylinder. So the pressure is force over area. We want to know this pressure. We also know the force is here, they tell us is 90 newtons, but we don't know the area. So first thing is we want to find out what this area is. Now they tell us where we can work out the area. We can use our information about the volume to find the base area. So volume, so 1200 is equal to the area times the height, which is 40. So the area would be 1200 divided by 40. So multiplied by 0, it will be 30 centimeters squared. Yeah. So then the pressure is equal to the force, which is 90 newtons divided by the area. So 90 divided by 30 is 3. So the pressure is 3 newtons per centimeter squared. Question 28. Use the graph to solve the simultaneous equations. So to solve simultaneous equations, the solution for when these equations are the same is when where they intersect. So where they intersect, here is the x and here is the y. So if this is 5, this will be 6. This is 1, 2. So this is minus 2. So the coordinate for this will be 6 and minus 2. Then it says work out the value of this. So this is more like an indices question. So we add the powers. So we multiply it. So this 4 has a hidden 1. So we actually can do all of this in one line if you want to, but maybe we should. So on the top will be 4 to the minus 6, and then minus 6 plus 9 over 4 to the 1, because when you multiply powers, they add up. So this will be equal to 4 to the power of 3 over 4 to the power of 1, and then we take away 1, so it'll be 4 to the power of 3 minus 1, which is 4 squared, which is 16. So the next question says, we'll write down the exact value of cos of 60. So there are some sine and cos values that you are expected to kind of know by heart, and this is one of them. Okay, so cos of 60 happens to be the same as sine of 30. Maybe that's one way you can remember, and then this is the easiest value that you can remember, and it's a half. So that's the answer to question 30. Okay, 31. The probability tree diagram shows the probabilities that Shaila will work at home or will work at the office in the next 2 days next week. Work out the probability that Shaila will work at home on Monday and work at the office on Friday. So the probability that Shaila will work at home on Monday is 0.2. And then because it says and in probability terms means times. If it has said or means plus and means times. So and work at the office on Friday. So on Friday she needs to work at the office. So it'll be that. So it'll be 0.2 times 0.6. Sorry, 0.3. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So it'll be 0.6, 0.2 times 0.3, which is 0.06. Okay, because you have 2 decimal points in here that you carry. So it'll be 0.06. So not that likely. Okay. Oh, and that's all of paper 1 for the Edexcel Foundation. I think it did take me quite a bit longer than I anticipated. So I think for the other ones I might try to speed it up a bit, because yeah, I think I did allocate only an hour per paper, and I am taking a bit longer than I anticipated. So by the way, guys, if any of you have any questions, just drop them in the chat. If anything's not clear or needs some more explaining, I'll be happy to go into a bit more detail. So I do try to explain my line of thinking when I do these kind of questions. But so I'll have a quick 2-minute break, get some water, and then we'll jump into the AQA paper. Okay, I'll go through the schedule one more time. So doing Edexcel, so I'll do all the foundations first and do Edexcel. So we just finished Edexcel, and then the AQA, which I'll do next, then the OCR, and then later after those ones, after a short break, I'll do the higher papers. Um, so yes, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. So we are now going into paper, the AQA foundation paper. Yeah, got my water. Did a bit of social media stuff. Um, all right, so let's get back to it. So I think I might try to be a bit fast on this one. just because I think I'm running a bit behind on this schedule. I'll try to do this one after, yeah, see maybe if I can finish it before 1 o'clock to jump on the other one. Okay, so this is the AQA 2023 paper. So start with question 1. Here's a list of numbers. We've got 7 numbers. Which one in the list is a multiple of 4? That's question A. So, multiple of 4, at the very least, it has to be even. So, or actually, what we can do instead is we just put the 4 times table. So before 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. We'll do it until then and see if we can find one that's. So 14 is not there. So it's not that one. 9 is not there. 20, it is there. So 20 is a multiple of 4. We don't need to check the other ones because we already found what we need. Then it says which number in the list is a square number. So again, we do a list of numbers. We do so the square numbers will be 1 because 1 squared. It'll be 4, that's 2 squared. It'll be 9, that's 3 squared. It'll be 16, 25. Generally, these are the square numbers that you do need to remember. Any more than that, maybe, but you can just figure them out. So 14, again, not a square number. 9, it is a square number because it's right here. So that's our answer to part B. Continue to part C. Which two numbers in the list have a total of 43? Oh, we have to go back to the list. So 43. So we want to make 43. So we can start looking at, so not that one, because that one is already way too much. So maybe it could be, so let's start with 33. So if we add 33 and 9, that is 43. So it'll be 33 and 9. 33 and 9. Part D, work out the largest number in the list divided by the smallest number. Oh, we need to go back. Okay, so largest number in the list then. So actually, let me just clean that up a bit so I can see. So largest in the list is 48 and the smallest in the list is 3. So they want 45 divided by 3. So 45 divided by 3. Let's quickly do long division. 45 divided by 3. 3 goes into 4, 1 to have one remainder, and then take the 15, and then it's 5, 0. So it's 15. Question 2. Here's a square. Use a ruler to measure. This is kind of tricky, but I don't have a ruler. But you will get a ruler, and in your ruler, you align the 0 here, and then you measure to how much it is there. I guess I'm not too sure actually what it is, but whatever it is, let's say it is in your ruler you read 5 centimeters, let's say. Now they want your answer in millimeters. Okay, so that's very important because most rulers will give you your answer in centimeters. So to go from centimeters to millimeters, we times by 10. So if you had measured this as 5 centimeters in millimeters, it will be 50 millimeters. Okay. I don't have a protractor, but I will. What can I do for this? So because the question says use the protractor to measure the size of the smallest angle, so we need to find the smaller angle, smallest, which happens to be this one. The way you want to use your protractor is you align the 0 line to it, because your protractor will look something like this. With the different angles right here. So your protractor will have a middle point that you align to the corner of your angle, and then you trace the line here. So whatever this says that will be the angle. Okay, that's how you want to use your protractor. Question 2 says different quadrilaterals drawn on a centimeter grid. So a centimeter grid means this is 1 centimeter and this is 1 centimeter. By counting squares, work out the area of the quadrilateral. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've got 12 whole squares. Now this one, and so this is half square, this is half square, so that makes 1. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, plus 3 other wholes, so in total it will be 15. Then it says one side of a rectangle is drawn on this centimeter grid. Complete the rectangle so that the perimeter, so it has a perimeter of 20. Now, so the perimeter is like the outline, okay? So if this is one of the sides, so on this side is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this will be 7 centimeters on one side, which means we also, so if we had our rectangle that looks like something like that, if this is 7, this will also need to be 7. So 7 and 7, that is 14 for that part of the perimeter, which means this side and this side has to be the difference, which is 6. And if the difference is 6, that means that this has to be 3 and this has to be 3. So now we complete the rectangle. So it needs to be 1, 2, 3, then the 7, then the 1, 2, 3. And now the perimeter of this rectangle will be 20. Then it says work out. So it's very important that you notice this, that the minus is inside the bracket. So you have a negative number times a negative number that gives you a positive number. So it'll be minus 4 times minus 3, which will give you 12. So the rules for multiplying the signs are as follows. So a minus times a plus will give you minus, a plus times a minus will give you a negative number, plus times a plus will give you plus, and minus times minus will give you also plus. So it'll be 12. So in here, so it's a positive number times a negative number, which means my number will be negative. So it'll be 5 times 6, which is 30. So it'll be minus 30 here. Minus 8 squared. So again, we're going to expand this. So this is going to be the same as minus 8 times minus 8. And we said if you multiply two negatives, you get a positive. So it'll be 8 times 8, which is 64. So this will be plus 64. Then it says part D says 10 cubed. So let's expand this again. So the little number there means how many times you will multiply that number by itself. So it'll be 10 times 10 times 10. So 10 times 10, that's 100, times 10, that is 1,000. So the answer is 1,000 for 3D. Question 4 says, write 18 out of 30 as a fraction in its simplest form. So the 18 would be the numerator and the 30 will be the denominator. So because it wants it in the simplest form, we're going to simplify by the smallest number possible that we can think, which is a 2. So if we divide 18 by 2, we get 9. And 30 divided by 2 is 15. And they're both odd numbers, so we can't simplify by 2 anymore. Now we try with the next bigger number, which is 3. So we divide 9 by 3, and that gives us 3. And then 15 divided by 3, which it does work as well, will give us 5. So the simplest form for this fraction will be 3/5. Question 5. At a shop, the normal price of 1 pen is 24 pence. The normal price of 1 calculator is 7 pounds. The shop has this special offers. Pens half the normal price. So pens at half the price. So if one normal price for a pen is 24p, pen at half the normal price will be 12p. Now calculators £1.50 less than the normal price. So if the normal price is 7, the reduced price would be £7 minus £1.50, that would be £5.50. Okay. Now it says work out the total price of 5 pence and one calculator using the special offers. So let's start with 5 pence. So if 1 pen at the reduced price is 12p, 5 of them, it'll be 12 times 5. So it'll be 5 times 2, that's 10, carry the 1, 5 times 1 is 5, plus 1 is 6. So it'll be 60p for 5 pence. And one calculator will be 5.50. So now we have the price of the calculator in pounds and we have the price of the pence in pence. Funny. But the answer wants it in pounds, and you can tell because of the pound sign right here. So which means our price of the calculator is in the correct format, but the price of the pence is not. Now £1 will have 100 pence. So to go from pounds to pence, if we go from pence to pounds, we divide by 100. So that means that 60p would be 0.6 pounds. So the total price then will be £5.50 plus 0.6 pounds, which is 0.116. So it'll be £6 and 10 pence for the total price of 5 pence and one calculator. Question 6. Write 3 and 2/5 as an improper fraction. So to make this as an improper fraction, we multiply the whole number and the denominator. So it'll be 3 times 5. And we add the numerator plus 2. All of that divided by the denominator, which is 5. So 3 times 5, that's 15. Plus 2, that's 17. So this is an improper fraction, will be 17 over 5. Then part C says write 0.19 as a fraction. So in the Edexcel paper we did kind of the reverse of this. So we can, so if we wanted to move the decimal point to the left, it's like we divide by 10. But if we want to move to the right and we want to keep this, we can write 19. So 0.19 would be the same as 1.9. So we move the decimal point once, divided by 10. Well, this is technically still a fraction, but it is mixed with the decimal, so it's not completely correct. So we can move it one more time, and it'll be 19 over 100. Pay attention how every time I move the decimal point once to the right, I divide it by 10 and then 100. So the answer here is 19 by 100. 19 is a prime number, so we cannot simplify that anymore. Okay. Question 7. Misha recorded the main type of weather each day for 55 days. The pictogram shows the results for rain, snow, and cloud. So the key says this window thing is 4 days. So you can think each of these square is a day. So rain, we've got 4, 8. So this is 4, this is 8, this is 12, this is 16. So we've got 16 based on the pictogram. Okay. So there were 16 days of rain. Now snow, there were, so okay, I think, okay, we're back. We're back again. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It doesn't do it generally when I use it. Strange. Okay, so counting the days of snow then. So 4 days, then this is another 4, and then this is 2. So it'll be 4 plus 2, which is 8. Then of cloud, it'll be 4, 4, 4, 4, and 2 again. So it'll be 4 plus 4, that's 8, 12, 16, plus 2, 18. Okay. Then it says, sun was recorded on one more day than fog. So sun, okay, so whatever the sun is, so this is sun. Fog was sun plus 1. Okay. Now it says that we recorded this weather for 55 days. So all of these days has to be 55 days. Now for rain, snow, and cloud, we have 16, 8, and 18, so we can add them all together. And that will give us, so 16 plus 18, that's 4, carry 1, that's 3, it's 34, plus 8, it'll be 42. So for these three at least, it'll be 42. So we take away from the 55. So 55, take away 42, so it's 3 and 1. So it'll be 13. Now, so these 2 days, so for sun and fog, it'll be 13. Now it says that fog was one more than, actually, let me just move this. Fog was one more than sun. So we have 13. So we take away this one extra. So it'll be 13 minus 1, that's 12. And then we divide this by 2 because it'll be then divided equally between the sun and the fog, which will be 6. And then, so then the sun will have 6 days. And then the fog will be 6 days plus 1. And that's our completed pictogram. Then question 8 says, work out the value of t when p equals 4 and w equals 2. So t is equal to 5 times 4 minus 2. So it'll be 20 minus 2, which is 18. There we go. Then it says work out the value of p when t is that and w is 10. So t is minus 40 is equal to 5p minus 10. So we move the 10 to the left, so it'll be plus 10 here, plus 10 here, so it'll be minus 30 is equal to 5p. We divide everything by 5, so p is equal to minus 6. Then we do question 9. Match each box on the left to the box on the right with the same value. One has been done for you. So these are different versions of the fraction. So maybe we can. So this is a half, and then this is also a half. So we can combine these two together. So this is a fourth. So a fourth is also the same as 25% or 0.25, which happens to be that one. And then a fifth is 1 over 5, which can be written as 0.2 or 20%. So it'll be that one. Question 10. Here are two calculations, A and B, to work out the answer to A times the answer to B. So we always do, so remember your board maths, we always do brackets first, then multiplication, division. If you have indices, that also happens before the multiplication and the division, and then we add or subtract. So in here we do the multiplication first, so it'll be 8 times 3, which is 24, plus 2, which is 26. Now in here we do the brackets first, so it'll be 15 minus 4, so that'll be 21 minus 11, which is equal to 10. And then the question 10 says work out A times B. So A is 26 times B, which is 10, that'll be 260. Question 11. Convert 7 gallons to liters. So it says 1 gallon is 4.5 liters. So one way to do this is you write 7 gallon equals some number of liters. Now 1 gallon is 4.5 liters. So you can imagine that this 7 is multiplying the gallon to give you 7 gallons. So now instead of writing 1 gallon, you can write 4.5 liters. So this would be the same as 7 times 4.5 liters. So we do the multiplication. So it'll be 35, carry the 3, 28, 31. So that will be 31.5 liters. 31.5. Okay, question 12. The table shows monthly payments for electricity. So in October, paid 120. November, wow, it's double. That's a lot. Write down the percentage increase from October to November. So double always means 100% increase. Okay, so in this case, it is 100% increase. Question 13. Students chose juice with their school meal in the ratio orange, apple, lime. So in the ratio 5 to 2 to 3. Complete the bar chart. Okay, so let's look at this. So let's look at the smallest number out of all these three, which is 2. So for apple, every 2, so this is, and based on the number of students, so each square is 2. So this is 2, so it's 8. So for every 2, there is 3. So for this 2, there'll be 3 lime, which is here. For this extra 2, there'll be another 3, which is here. For this extra 2, there'll be another 3, which is here. And for this extra 2, there'll be another 3, which is here. So for lime, we got 12 students for lime. And that's completing the bar chart. Another way you could have done this as well is so you count the number of apples. So apple is 8, and the ratio of apple to lime is 2 to 3. So from 2 to 8 is times 4 times 4, which means that to get your lime, you also need to do times 4, which is 3 times 4, which is 12. And here's 12. That's also another way you can solve this kind of problems. Question 14 is some data about people visiting a gym 1 week. So we've got the members, guests, percentage of all visitors, mean number of hours visited, and the range. So the mean is the average, and the range is the smallest, is the biggest, take away the smallest. Okay. So compare the data for the members with the data for the guests. Make 3 comparisons. So we'll look at each of these ones and we'll make a comparison. So we can tell that that more members visit. More members visit, and almost double. Yeah, so more members visit the gym once a week. Then the second comparison is that, so let's transform this into a number because it's 2.5, so it's 2.5. So on average, members also visit for more hours, mean number of hours visiting. So they also visit more hours. So members visit more hours. And then when it comes to the range, it is quite similar, so it's not that varied, but still there's a bigger range in the guests. So the guests have a bigger range. Question 15. A large rectangle has a rectangular hole cut out. So these are the dimensions of the rectangle. Work out the percentage of the large rectangle that is shaded. So we first work out the area of the big rectangle. So the big rectangle would be 4 times 5, which is 20. And then the small rectangle, which is 2 times 3, which is 6. So if we take the 6 out, so if we take that cut out of the rectangle, we do 20 minus 6, which is 14. So 14 is how much there is left. And then as a percentage, it'll be 14 over 20 times 100. So we can simplify this a bit. So actually we can even forget about that and work it out a slightly different way. So 14 divided by 20, we can simplify this as 7 over 10, and we can change this to 70 over 100. Yeah, we just multiply by 10 each, the numerator and the numerator. And as a percentage, this is just 70%. Liz travels 18 miles in 20 minutes. Work out her average speed in miles per hour. So by looking at this, we can see that speed is miles divided by time. Yeah? But it wants this in miles per hour. And here we have miles and minutes. So the tricky thing here is to transform the 20 minutes into hours. So 20 minutes. So if you think, so 20 minutes is a third of an hour, because an hour has 60 minutes, and 60 minutes is 3 times 20. So 20 miles will be a third hour, basically. So now we do our division of miles divided by time. So our distance divided by time. So it'll be our distance of 18 divided by a third. So now we're just dividing a fraction. Okay, because the 18 has also hit 1. Because 18 over 1 is the same as 18. So this will be the same as 18 over 1 times 3 over 1. Yeah, because when we divide by fractions, we flip. We flip the numerator and the denominator. And then 18 times 3, just 4, 2, 5. So it'll be 54 miles per hour. So it'll be 54 miles per hour. Okay. So another way you could have thought about this as well, without having to work out the fractions, is that if Liz travels 18 miles in 20 minutes, and 20 minutes and 1 hour is 3 times that, then the number of miles that she will travel in 1 hour will be 3 times that as well, which is the same thing that we did. But that's also a different way to think about it. So question 17 says ABC, ABC and BD and BE are straight lines. It says that the angle AEBD, so EBD, so this angle, let's call it, so this angle is 5 times the angle ABE. So if this is x, this will be 5x, because this one is 5 times that one. Okay. Then it says angle CBD. CBD is 3 times the angle ABE. So this is 3 times this angle, so we can say that's 3x. Then it says work out the size of the angle EBD. So they want to know what 5x is. Now, because ABC is a straight line, that means that the whole angle here will be 180 degrees. So that means that x plus 5x plus 3x is equal to 180. It'll be, so 1 plus 5 plus 3, that's 9. So it'll be 9x is equal to 180. Divide everything by 9, and we get that x is equal to 20. So this is 20. So now if this is 20, this one here will be 60, which means this one here will be 5 times 20, which is 100. So angle EBD is 100 degrees. two prime numbers are multiplied together. The answer is an even number between 50 and 60. Complete the calculation. Two prime numbers are multiplied together. And the answer is an even number between. Okay, so let's make a list of our prime numbers. So it'll be 2, 3, 5, 7, not 9, 11, 13, not 15, 17, 19. Okay, so because the answer is an even number, that means that one of the numbers that we use to multiply has to be an even number, and the only even prime number is 2. So it has to be at the very least 2. So then so 2 will have to multiply any of these numbers, and the answer has to be between 50 and 60. Now, because I went only all the way up to 19, 2 times 19, that's 38, which is nowhere close to this, so I need to keep going. So 21 is not a prime number, 23 is a prime number, 25 is not, 27 is not a prime number, but 29 is a prime number. So you'll have to be one of these ones. So let's choose 23. So 2 times 20, 2 times 23 is equal to 46. 46 is an even number and it's between 50. Actually, no, it's not between that, so we need to continue. So we got the next one. 2 times 29. So that'll be 58. And 58 is an even number and is between 50 and 60. So it's 29 here times 2 equals 58. And that's our answer. Andrew and Bruce share some money in the ratio of 5 to 6. Okay, Bruce, so this is Andrew and this is Bruce. Andrew gets 96 pounds. And then Andrew gives a fourth of his share to Carl. Bruce gives 2/3 of his share to Carl. How much money does Carl receive? So first thing is, we need to know how much money does Andrew get. So we know that Bruce gets 96. So the ratio is 5 to 6. And this is for Bruce and this is for Andrew. So Bruce will end up with 96. So from 6 to 96, so we divide. We see what do we need to multiply this to get to that point. So 96 divided by 6. So it's 1, 3, 6, 6, 6. So it's 16. So times 16, which means we need to multiply this times 16 as well to know how much money Andrew gets based on in this proportion. So it'll be 16 times 5, 0, 3, 1, 8. So it'll be 80 pounds that that Andrew gets. Then he says Andrew gives a fourth of his share to Carl. So Andrew will give a fourth of this. So a fourth of 80 is 80 divided by 4, which is 20. So Andrew gives 20 to Carl. And then Bruce gives 2/3 of his share to Carl. So 2/3 of 96 is the same as 2/3 times 96 over 1. Like I said before, your number can be written as a fraction. So, and like I said before as well, you always want to start by simplifying your fractions. So I simplify the 3 here and simplify the 96. So 96 divided by 3. So let's do long division. 96 divided by 3. 30620. So it's 32. So then this becomes 2. So that this 2 stays times 32 divided by 1 because the 1 remains. So this is the same as 64. So Bruce gave 64 pounds to Carl. Then, hello guys. Then the question says how how much money does Carl receive? So he received 20 from Andrew and 64 from Bruce, and in total that's 20 plus 64, which is 84 pounds. That's how much he received. Okay. So for question 20, players score points in a game. This scatter graph shows the time played and the points scored by some players, number of points, time played. Circle the strength and type of correlation shown. So we've got these points. Now there is a gap in the middle, but if you look at them, if you look at this part, it looks pretty strongly correlated. Yeah, because the points are very close to each other, and because the line goes up, we can say it's a strong positive. So I'll say it's a strong positive on this one. Yeah, because one, it goes up, so that means it's positive, and because the points are close to each other, that means that they are strong. Then 20p says, players get 1 extra life for every 20 points, 2000 points they score. Jonah plays the game for 15 hours. So for 15 hours, use a line of best fit to estimate the number of extra lives he gets. So I'm gonna make my best effort to draw a line of best fit here. That's about it. So John plays 15 hours. So for 15 hours, he's gonna get, based on my line of best fit, which is a bit wonky, 30, so 32, 34, 36, 38,000 points. So it's 38,000 points that he gets. Now it says that players get 1 extra life for every 2,000 points they score. Now the question is how many extra lives he's gonna get, not how many points. Okay, so it's very important that you read the answer. So then we divide this. So for every 2,000 points, you get an extra life, and he's got 38,000 points. We divide 38,000 by 2,000. Now the nice thing is that because this version, we can simplify the zeros, and then we get 19. So he gets 19 extra lives. That is a lot of lives. Question 21 says, so now work out the value of A. You must show all your working. So let's look at this first, and let's just leave it as it is because we can't really work with it much at the moment, but we can clear the other stuff out. So we have 2 to the power of 8 times 3 times 5 squared equals 600. What we can do is we can divide everything by 3 to simplify this 3. So this will cancel out. So you have 8. So we have 2 to the power of 8 times 5 squared, that's 25, is equal to 600 divided by 3, that's 200. Oops, that's 200 there. That's 200. Then we can divide everything by 25, divide everything by 25. So 200 divided by 25. So divide by 5, divided by 5, that's 40. So it's 40 divided by 5, and then 40 divided by 5 is 8. So 2 to some power must give me 8. Now let's check the powers of 2. So 2 to the power of 1 is just 2, 2 to the power of 2 is 4, 2 to the power of 3 is 8. So we found that A is equal to 3. Question 22. Expand and simplify fully. So we need to expand the brackets. So the 5 will multiply the 3x, and it'll multiply the 4. So it'll be 5 times 3x, it'll be 15x,
plus 20. Then it's a minus 2 times x and minus 2 times minus 1. Minus 2 times x is minus 2x, and minus 2 times minus 1, so it's a minus times a minus, it'll be plus 2. So we group the x's together and the numbers together. It'll be 15x minus 2x is 13x plus 22. And that's it. That's the expanded and fully simplified version of it. 13x plus 22. Now we're into question 23. Erica tries to sketch the graph y equals 1 over x. Make two different criticisms to the sketch. So let's look at this. As x is closing in to 0, in her sketch she's got this value that also touches 0. But if you imagine 1 over 0, this is undefined, and also it's stated here that x cannot be 0, but yet she's written that. So criticism 1 is that she included x equals 0 in there, which cannot be true. Okay. Then let's look at what happens in the negative. So when x is negative number, so if x is minus 1, yeah, so if x is here minus 1, look at what we should get for y. So y is equal to 1 over minus 1, which should be minus 1. So this point shouldn't be here, it should be here. So for the negative part of it, the graph should actually look like that. So the second criticism is that the negative x part of it is wrong. It should be in the negative y. Okay. So question 24. Sunita is X years old. Beth is, okay, so let's say Sunita is X years old. Beth is 1 year younger than Sunita. So Beth is the age of Sunita, which is X, but she's 1 year younger, so it'll be X minus 1. Then it says that Joel is double Sunita's age. So Joel is 2 times the age of Sunita. Then it says the mean of their age is 5, and that means that the average, so that means the age of Sunita plus the age of Beth plus the age of Joel divided by 3 is 5. So the age of Sunita is x plus the age of Beth, which is x minus 1, plus the age of Joel, which is x over 2. All of that divided by 3 is equal to 5. Okay. So now we try to solve for x. So multiply everything by 3, multiply everything by 3. So we have that x plus x minus 1 plus 2x is equal to 15. So whenever you work with fractions in equations, it's always best if you solve the fraction first. Okay. So then we add, so we have 1x here plus 2x plus 2x. So it'll be in total 4x minus 1 is equal to 15. We add 1 to both sides. 4x is equal to 16. Then we divide everything by 4, divide by 4, and we get that x is equal to 4. So that's the age of Sunita. But the question wants the age of Joel. And Joel, okay. I don't know why I keep losing the audio. Sorry about that, guys, but we're back again. So as I was saying, the question wants the age of Joel, and Joel is twice the age of Sunita, so it'll be double 4, which is 8. So Joel is 8 years old. Question 25. So again, we work with fractions, and like I mentioned in the Edexcel paper as well, you always want to transform your mixed fractions into improper fractions first, and then do the transformation afterwards. That's just my preference. That's just how I like doing things. So 2 and a third as an improper fraction will be 2 times 3. 2 times 3 plus 1 over 3. So 2 times 3 is 6 plus 1, that'll be 7 thirds. So 7 thirds divided by 4 fifths. So when you divide, division is the same as multiplication, but we flip what we're divided by. So then this becomes 7 thirds times 5 fourths. And then we just multiply the fractions. So it'll be 5 times 7, which is 35, over 3 times 4, which is 12. And now we transform this into a mixed number because that's what they want. Because right now this is an improper fraction. So to do that, we do long multiplication. So it'll be 35 divided by 12. So 12. So looking at the times table for 12, so it'll be 12, 24, 36. So it's not 36, but it'll be 24, and this is times 2. So it'll be 2, which is 24. Then we will take away. We have 11, so that's our remainder. So then this as a mixed fraction will be the whole number is here, so it'll be 2. Your remainder will be the numerator, 11, and what you're divided by will be the denominator. So the answer is 2 and 11 twelfths for question 25. Oh, and that's it. Almost in time. Okay, very good. So that concludes the AQA foundation paper. I've also covered the Edexcel foundation paper as well. These, I think I can save this file and then I can make this available to you guys as well. So let me just quickly show you all again the schedule for today. So it's Edexcel Foundation, then AQA Foundation, then the OCR Foundation, which is the paper 1, and then the higher versions of the papers. So that's what we will do for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you guys for sticking around. Hey guys, hey Boris, Fanny, thank you guys for joining, and it's good to have you here. I'll have a quick 2-minute break again. I need to have a drink, and then we'll continue with the papers. I'll leave the schedule there for now, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I am back for the next paper. I actually realized that I forgot to send you guys the paper for the AQA one. Thank you, Catherine, for the reminder. Here is the AQA paper, and here is the OCR paper 1. So that'll be the next one that we'll be covering right now. So I've dropped the papers in the chat, so links are available there. And so we're kind of back on track again. I might rush this one a little bit as well, just so we keep on track. But here it is, the 2023 May paper 1 foundation for OCR. So if you're doing OCR, I think this is for you. I think one of the differences that you are allowed a calculator here. As far as I can tell, yes, you can. So that is one difference that I realized, is that you can use a calculator here, because AQA and Edexcel for paper 1 you do not. And thank you also for all the guys that are donating. We are 30 pounds in, which is brilliant. We're doing this for a charity, for Team Daniel. They do great work. If you want to read more about them, it's in the description. I've been working with them for a couple of years, and they offer pretty good services for young people here in the Leeds area in the UK. And yes, so OCR then. Paper 1. Question 1. Here is a list of numbers. So we've got, they like to start with lists of numbers, I find. So we've got 8 numbers. From the list, write down an even number. So an even number is a number that will end with an even number. So 8 is an even number. Also 114 is an even number, but they just want 1. So we'll write down 8. Then they want a square number. So like we did in the previous papers as well. We'll make a little list of the square numbers. So 1, 4, 9, 25, oh, I forgot 16, 36. So we look for them in the list. 11 is not, 19 is not, 26 is not, 39 is not. Oh, actually, and we can continue here. So after 36, it is 49, which is 7 squared, which is this one right here. So 49 is the square number. Then they want us to find a factor of 57. So 57, so to check, so 57 is not odd to begin with, so we can't divide it by 2, but it is divisible by 3. And how do I know that? There's a little trick that you can see. So if you add the factors 5 and 7, you get 12, 3, and 12 is a multiple of 3, which means 57 is also a multiple of 3. It's just how the numbers work sometimes. And that's what it is. So, which means we can divide 57. We can divide 57 by 3. So 3 goes into 5 one time. We have the remainder 27, and 27 goes 9 times. So you can fit 9 times 3, 0. So 19 and 3 are factors of 27. We don't have a 3 here, but we have a 19. So 19 is a factor of 57. Question 2. Kai has 4 different numbered cards. The range of the numbers is 14. So the range means the biggest minus the smallest. The median number is 9, so in the middle it'll be 9, but because we've got 4, so imagine these are the 4 cards. So the median it'll be the average of these two, which will be 9. And then all of the numbers are prime numbers. and the lowest number is 5. So if this is 5, okay, and then it says that the range is 14, so that means that the biggest minus the smallest has to be 14. So to find the biggest, we can add 14 to the smallest, and that'll give us that the biggest one is 19, which is also a prime number. So then now we need to find two numbers that are prime. So let's do a little list of prime numbers. So it'll be 5, 7, 9 is not a prime number, 11, 13, 15 is not a prime number, 17, and 19. Okay, so our two middle numbers have to be one of these two. Okay, but now, so because the median is 19, which means if we add all of these together, so because the median is 9, if we add all of these together, it has to give us 18, because 18 divided by 2 will give us 9. So looking at what numbers added will give us 18, it'll be 7 and 11. So this is 7, this is 11. They're all prime numbers, and we have completed all the rules. So this is 5, this is 7, this is 11, this is 19. Question 3. Here are the first 4 terms of a sequence. Write down the next term in the sequence. So we add 7, we add 7, we add 7, which means the next term we also need to add 7. So 26 plus 7, that'll be 33. So this is 33. Explain how you worked out your answer. Well, so the sequence is you add plus 7 each time, and so the next term in the sequence will be 26 plus 7, which is 33. Question 4 says, a fair 6-sided dice, number 1 to 6 is rolled. The diagram shows a probability scale. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 options right here. Which arrow shows the probability that the dice lands on a 5? Okay, so it doesn't mean which one is the 5th order in this, but the probability that it lands on a 5 is one of the options out of the 6. So it'll be a 6th, and each of these represents 6. So this is a 6th, this is a 6th, 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 6th. So this one right here is 1/6. This one right here is 2/6. This one right here is 3/6. This one is 4/6. This one is 5/6. And this one, which is 1, is 5/6. So 5 is 1/6, which is B. Then the probability that lands on 7. Now, 7 is not an option, which means 7 is impossible to get. So 7 will be 0, which means will be A. Then the probability that lands on a number greater than 3. So the options that we have for our dice is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So actually 7 is not. Now a number that's greater than 2 is 3, 4, 5, and 6. So these are 4 options out of the 6. So our probability is 4/6, and 4/6 is right here. It's E. Question 5. So we had a similar question both in the AQA and in Edexcel, writing this as a fraction. So like I said, 0.17. We can move the decimal point to the right by dividing by multiples of 10. So this could be the same as 1.7 over 10. Although this is a fraction, it's not a fully formed fraction because we still have a decimal point. So we can move the decimal point one more time to the right, so that we did here. And then we get 17 divided by 100. And this is the fully formed fraction. So 0.04 as a percentage follows the same, so we can follow the same idea for this, because percentage means per 100. 0.04 we can move the decimal point to see how many parts of 100 we get. So 0.04 can be 0.4 divided by 10 or 4 divided by 100, which means this is 4% because it's 4 for every 100, which is the definition of percentage. Then 7/8 as a decimal. So fraction means division, so for this we can do long division, or you can use a calculator actually, because you're allowed. So put 7/8 in your calculator, change the format, and you get 0.875. So that is quite handy to do. So question 6 says, here's a function. We have an input, and then we multiply 4 to the input, and then we add 7 to that result, and then you get your output. So this is what we call a function. So your input is usually what you call your x, and your output is your y. That'll be useful to us later, because now it says find the input when the output is 87. So if the output is 87, now we go backwards. Now because we can go backwards, we do the opposite of what happened on the steps. So to get to this stage, so to go from here to there, we add 7, which means if we want to go from here to here, we take away 7. So in this stage, we are 4. Now, if from here to here we multiply by 4, the opposite in reverse will be divided by 4. So 80 divided by 4 is 20. So to get an output of 87, we need an input of 20. Then it says part B. The input is x and the output is y, like what I mentioned before. Write an equation for y in terms of x. So we start with our x. What do we do with it? We multiply by 4. So we pull by 4. Then to the result, we add 7. And that all together is your output, which is y. So to write that a bit more neatly, y is equal to 4x plus 7. If you're unsure, you can test with this. Put x in here, and you should be able to get y is equal to 87. Question 7. Work out 3 to the power of 5. So again, we can use our calculator. It's a nice 1 mark. So go to your calculator, do 3 to the power of 5, and you should get a value of 243. And so for part 2 then of this, pay attention that there is a little 3 there. Your calculator should have an option to specify that, and this is what we call a cube root. Okay, so on your calculator, go to the cube root. It'll be the cube root of 2744. I think you might be able to see it there. There's a little 3 there. I'm not sure how clear that is, but the answer that you should get is 14. So the answer is 14. Then for part B says find the value of y. So let's put, usually I prefer putting my unknowns on the left of the side. So it'll be 6 times 4 to the y is equal to the power of y is equal to 384. So because we can't really work with this much at the moment, let's solve what we can about it. So divide everything by 6, divide everything by 6. So again, use our calculator. So 384 divided by 6, 64. So 4 to the power of y is equal to 64. So now what we can do is we can check what happens to 4 as we raise it to different powers. So 4 to the power of 1 is just 4. 4 to the power of 2, 16. 4 to the power of 3, use a calculator to find out what 4 to the power of 3 is. And you'll find that it is 64. So y is equal to 3. Then it wants us to know what 3 to the power of minus 1 is. So what you have to remember is what I mentioned before in the other exams, is that every number can be written as a fraction. So 3 can be written as 3 over 1. And a negative power, what it does, it flips this fraction. So this can be written as 1 over 3 to the power of 1. So just the negative will flip the fraction. Now 3 to the power of 1 is just 3, so then this becomes a third. So that's the answer that you get for part C. Then question 8 says 450 grams of flour costs £1 and 44. Work out the cost of 1 kilogram of this flour. So what we can do is, so we have 450 grams and that will cost us 1.4 pounds. So we can think, what do we need to multiply? So, and remember, 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. So you can try to figure out what 1 gram will cost and then multiply by 1,000 to work out the cost. That's one valid way to do it. Or you can think, what number do I need to multiply to 450 to get to 1,000? And you can do that by dividing 1,000 by 450. And that will be 29ths as a fraction. Yeah. So ideally you want to keep these things as fractions. And then, which means that to your price, you also have to multiply it by 29ths. So again, get your calculator, do 1.44 times 20 over 9. So remember to set your fractions correctly, put brackets. And then we end up that the cost for this will be 3.2 pounds. Okay. Now, if you want to do it the other way, you basically say, okay, so if 450 grams will cost me 1.44 pounds, I want to know 1 gram, how much will it cost me? So you divide everything by 450, so 1.44 divided by 450 will give you 0.0032, and then you multiply this by 1,000 to get to your kilogram, and then you get 3.2. So that's also one way you can do it. It's also valid. I usually, both are valid. You can do any that you want. Question 9 says, a farmer keeps sheep in a rectangular field measuring, okay, so let's draw a little field. So it's a rectangle which is 120 by 180. The farmer can keep up to 20 sheep per hectare. Okay, so now a hectare is 10,000 square meters. Okay, so this is meters. Work out the maximum number of sheep that the farmer can keep in the field. So the total area of this in meters squared would be 180 times 120. So 120 times 180, which will be 21,600 meters squared. Okay. Now it says that 1 hectare is 10,000 square meters. So 10,000 meters squared is 1 hectare. Okay. Now we want to know, in order to find out how many sheep we can fit in the whole field, first we need to know how many hectares it's this area. So the total area that we have is 21,600 meters squared. We want to know how many hectares. So we do the same thing. What number do I need to multiply to 10,000 to get to 21,600? So we do the opposite. So we divide 21,600 by 10,000 and we get 2.16, which means we multiply this by 2.16 as well. And it's just 1, so we get 2.16 hectares. Okay, now it tells us that the farmer can keep up to 20 sheep per hectare in the field. Okay, so then because we have that much, we multiply 2.16 times 20 sheep and we'll see how many sheep we can get. And we get 43.2 sheep. But we can't keep 0.2 of a sheep. It's like keeping a bit of a leg of the sheep. So we round down to 43 sheep. That's the maximum number of sheep that he can fit without having to chop up the poor sheep to fit into the field. Question 10. Part A. Finley is asked to solve the following equation. 5x plus 4 equals 19. Finally, his work is shown below. Okay. Write down the error that Finley has made. So what he tried to do here, he tried to move the 4 to the other side. But if you guys remember, to do that, you need to do it with the opposite sign. So this should have been minus 4 here, minus 4 here. So this is the error. So he added 4 instead of taking away. That's it's a very common mistake that happens. It has happened to me, and it happens to some of you as well. That's just life. But if you're careful, then you can avoid them. So part B says Charlie is asked to use the formula V equals U plus AT. Just for your information, this is a very popular formula when you deal with acceleration and velocities, but you don't have to worry about it for now. So it tells us that to find the initial velocity when the acceleration is 5, the final velocity is 29, and the time is 3, Charlie's work is shown below. So he said that U is the final velocity, the acceleration, and the time. So what you should know about this is that there's a slight difference between V and U. Okay, so U is the initial velocity and V is the final velocity, which means that the mistake that Charlie did is that he used the final velocity 29 where he should have used the initial velocity, right? And you don't need to know this beforehand to know this, because if the final velocity is 29 and he's saying that the initial velocity is 44, that doesn't make sense. Because if you're accelerating, meaning if you're speeding up, your final velocity has to be bigger than your initial velocity. That's how you know that he used the initial velocity where he should have used the final velocity. Okay, so you don't have to know this beforehand. You can work it out by looking at his working out and understanding what the problem is telling you. Question 11 says, cookies are made using these ingredients. So ingredients: to make 24 cookies, you use 240 grams of butter, 360 grams of sugar, 2 eggs, 240 grams of flour, 170 grams of cranberries, and 100 grams of white chocolate. How many eggs does he need to make 48 cookies? So this is for one set or one tray of cookies. Now 48 is double this, which means whatever this is used to make the 24 cookies, to make the 48 cookies, you need to double it. So if we use 2 eggs for 24 cookies, for 48 cookies we're going to need double that, which is 4 eggs. Then how much sugar is needed to make 6 cookies? So if this is a batch for 24 cookies, then 6, so let's look at the timetable for 6. So it'll be 6, 12, 18, 24. So it's a fourth. So 6 is 1/4 of 24, which means we need a fourth of whatever this is to make the smaller batch. So if the smaller batch is like this, and all of this is 24 cookies, a fourth, so this is 6 cookies, this is 6 cookies, this is 6, this is 6. Just to say, okay, we're back. I don't know. This is not happened to me. Well, actually, it has been happening the whole day, so I might need to actually get a proper microphone for next time. But anyways, we're back, so we continue. So then the question is, how much sugar is needed to make 6 cookies? So to make the 24 cookies, we need, so to make 24 cookies, we need 360 grams of sugar. Now to make 6 cookies, we need how much sugar? So to go from 24 to 6, we divide by 4, which means we have to also divide 36 by 4 and put in your calculator. 360 divided by 4, and that happens to be 90 grams. So, which makes sense, we need only 90 grams to make just 6 cookies. So that's a scaled down version of how much we need for that. So then Parsi says, Ashley has 520 grams of cranberries and plenty of the other ingredients. Okay, which means so the cranberry will define how many cookies we can actually make. Ashley thinks this is enough to make at least 80 cookies. Is Ashley correct? So let's find out. So because cranberries is the defining factor for how many cookies we can make, we look at the cranberries and see if with that amount of cranberries, how many cookies we can make. So based on the question, to make 24 cookies, we need 170 cranberries. So 170 cranberries, we need to make 24 cookies. Then the question is, with 520 cranberries, how many cookies can we make? So again, we ask ourselves the question, what do we need to do 170 to 520? So we divide. So 520 divided by 170 is about 3.06. Let's take 2 decimal points. Okay, so 170 times 3.06 will give me 520. So then we multiply this by 3.06 again. So times 24, it turns out we can make 73.4 cookies. And unfortunately, that's not enough to make the 80 cookies. So Ashley is sad. So is Ashley correct? No, she's not, because with 520 cranberries, she can only bake 73 and a little bit of a cookie. 73 whole cookies. So she doesn't have enough, unfortunately. So is she correct? No. She needs more cranberries, unfortunately. Now we have Darcy makes 100 cookies. They are put into packets, each holding 6 cookies. Each packet of 6 cookies is sold for £1.35. It's pretty good price. Darcy sells all of these packets. Work out how much money she receives. Okay, so the first thing we want to figure out is how many packets does she actually get. So if one packet is 6 cookies, so how many sixes can we fit into 100? So 100 divided by 6, and we can fit, so 100 divided by 6 is 16.66666 recurring, which means that we don't have enough for 17 packets, but we have 16 packets. And some cookies left over that she can have on her own if she wants to. That's fine. Now, each packet of 6 cookies is sold for £1.35. So if she sells all of these 16 packets, then to work out how much money she receives, it'll be 16 times 1.35. So 1.35 times 16 will be 21.6 pounds. So for selling all of the 16 packets, she will receive 21.6 pounds, which is not bad for 100 cookies. Question 12. Work out the surface area of the cuboid. So they just want the surface area. So we want to add this area plus this area plus this area, and this area. So in total we have 6 areas to add. Okay, so it'll be double this area. Now the base area will be 6 times 4, which is 24. Now because there's 2 faces of them, so these are the up and down faces, that will be 48 centimeters squared. Then let's add the side faces. So the side faces would be, so it's 4 by 5, so it'll be 4 times 5, which will be, if we, 4 times 5, which is 20, and then we double it because it's two of them, so that'll be 40 centimeters squared. Now we need the back face and the front face. So back face and the front face. So the back face has a length of 6, so this is the back face, which has a length of 6 and a height of 5. So the area of one of these faces will be 6 times 5, which is equal to 30, and then we double that, and that's 60 centimeters squared. Now we add all of these faces together. So it'll be 60 plus 40, which is 100, plus 48, it'll be 148 centimeters squared. So that's how much area the surface of the cuboid has. Okay, then question 13. Karim runs 2,460 meters in 8 minutes. Calculate his average speed in meters per minute. So meters per minute means meters per minute. So we divide our distance by the time. So our distance is 2,460. We divide it by 8 minutes. So that will be equal to 2,000. So we put in a calculator, 2,460 divided by 8. And on average, that will be 307.5 meters per minute. 307.5. And that's our answer. Part B says, Karim says, this means I can run 6,150 meters in 20 minutes. Write down one assumption Karim has made. So although if we scale this up, so if we do 307.5 times 20, it does give us 6,150. So if we work out the average, then it will be correct, but we're assuming that Karim can run at the same pace throughout the 20 minutes. And as you and I know, you get tired. And when you get tired, you are slow. So he's assuming that he won't get tired. And he will, because he's human, as we all are. Okay? Question 14. Show the inequality x is greater than minus 2 on the number line. So when it comes to inequalities, you draw a line to where we are. So we're at minus 2, and then you draw a circle. If this set is greater or equal, then you color in the circle. But we don't, because we are not including minus 2. And x is all of the values that are greater than that. Minus 1 is greater, 0 is greater, 1 is greater. So all of these values to the right are greater. So that's our inequality in the number line. Question 15. Finley has 72 sweets. Finley gives 25% of the sweets to Alex, a sixth of the sweets to Yumi. Show that Finley has 7/12 of the sweets left. Okay, so first thing we want to do is let's find out how many sweets he's given to Alex. 25%, so 25% of 72, that's the same as, so 72 divided by 4, or 0.25 times 72, depending on how you prefer working out percentages. I'll do 72 divided by 4, and that gives me 18. So that is 18 sweets. So he's giving 18 sweets to Alex, okay? Which means, but at this point, he's giving 18 to Alex. And then a sixth to Yumi. So a sixth of the 72 is 12. So he's giving 12 to Yumi. So 18, now these sweets together, we add them, and it's 30. So he's given away 30 of his 72 sweets. Now, how many is he got left? So if he gave 30 away, he's got 42 sweets left. And as a percentage out of the 72, this is the fraction. So we simplify this. So I think you can put in your calculator to simplify. But if you're not sure, so we divide this by 6, simplify by 6. Actually, let's do it 2 by 2. So divide by 2, it'll be 21, and then it'll be 36, and then we can divide them by 3. So this is divide by 2, then we can divide, simplify by 3. So this will be 7 and 12. And 7/12 is the proportion of sweets that he's got left. Okay, question 16. The diagram shows a quadrilateral and an equilateral triangle. The perimeter of the quadrilateral is equal to the perimeter of the equilateral triangle. So these two perimeters are the same, which means this, all of this plus this is equal to all of that. Find an expression of the length of one of the sides of the equilateral triangle. Give your answer in the terms of x in the simplest form. So let's say that the length of one of the equilaterals is a. So if this side is a, and this is an equilateral triangle, that means that this side is also a, and this side is also a. So then we read the question, and it tells us that the perimeter of the quadrilateral is equal to the perimeter of a triangle, which means this perimeter is the same as this perimeter. So it'll be 5x plus 4 plus x plus 2 plus 9x minus 5 plus 6x plus 8 is equal to a plus a plus a, which is 3a. So let's add all of the x's together. So this is x, 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 x. This is number, 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 number. So we have 5x plus x, that's 6x, plus 9x, that's 15x, plus 6x, that's 21x. Then 4 plus 2, that's 6. Minus 5, that's 1. Plus 8 is 9, is equal to 3a. So we then divide everything by 3. So 21 divided by 3, that's 7. So 7x, 9 divided by 3, that'll be 3 is equal to a, because the a's cancel out. So now we have our term in a simplest form. So the side a will be equal to 7x plus 3. Just like that. Okay. Question 17. Multiply it out and simplify. So we need to expand the bracket. So the way we do this, we do it like the method is like the crab claw method, and you'll see why. So you multiply this by this. So 3x times x, that's 3x squared. Oops. This looks a bit confusing. So it'll be 3x squared. Then we add 3x times 2y. So plus, so 3x times 2y, so 3 times 2 that's 6, and then x times y is just xy, and then y times x plus xy, and lastly y times plus 2y, which is plus 2y squared. So you guys see how this looks like a crab claw? That's why it's called that. I like it. I think it's quite cool. Anyways, so this term, it is as it is because they also ask us to simplify, so we can't do much with that one. This one is also different, but we can add these two together. So this is 6 sets of xy plus 1 set of xy. So that'll be 3x squared plus 7xy plus 2y squared. And that's the answer. Question 18. Triangle T is drawn on a coordinate grid. Triangle A is translated by this much to give triangle T. Draw and label triangle A on the grid. So because triangle A is translated by that much to triangle T, so this is the result of it. So we need to undo the translation. Yeah, so the translation is 6 by minus 3. Okay, so the translation is 6 minus 3. So the opposite of this will be minus 6 and 3. Yeah, we just change the signs. That's what it is, which means, so you can look at every point. So look at this point. Now, the first number tells us the movement in the x direction, so left to right. So minus 6 means we're going to move to the left 6 times. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. And then 3, we move. So that tells us the movement in the up and down direction, which means we're going to move up 3. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. So this point has moved there, this point will move here, and this point will move there. So there we have triangle A. Then they want us, there you can see a bit better there, yeah. So part B says triangle T is rotated through 90 anti-clockwise at about 0.00 to give triangle B. So this is where you get your trace paper. You put your pen there, and you rotate each point by 90 degrees. So this point, and it says anti-clockwise. So clockwise is that way, anti-clockwise is that way. So we're gonna go anti-clockwise to the left. So this point is gonna move here, and this point is gonna move here, which means no, not there. It's gonna move there, sorry. So that point is gonna move there. It's because I don't have a trace paper, but with the trace paper you can do it. And then this one will move here. So our new triangle would be there. So this is triangle B. Then triangle T is reflected in the line y equals 1. So first thing we want to do is draw the line y equals 1, which is this one. And it says it's reflected to give triangle C. So we reflect it along this line. So because this line touches the same line, this line doesn't reflect, but this point does. So this point is 2 blocks away from there. So this reflected will be 2 points away. So this is the reflected C. So that's A, that's B, and that's C. And those are all the transformations that we do. So now we move into the question 19. Calculate. So we put in a calculator. So make sure to start with the root. Then in brackets 5.2 squared minus 4.8 times minus 6.3. Okay, let's make the bigger. There we go. Okay, so put in your calculator, make sure to keep all the signs and everything. And so the answer will be 10.8517. But it wants only 3 significant figures, which means keep this one, and this one, depending on what you get here, it will either be rounded up or down. So because it's a 5, it rounds the 8 to a 9. So it'll be 10.9 to 3 significant figures. Okay. Question 20. The price of petrol decreases from 1.32 per liter to 1.2 per liter. Calculate the percentage decrease in the price. So because it's percentage decrease, let's actually find out first how much we decrease it by. So we do 1.32 minus 1.02, and that's only 0.3. So this is the decrease. Then we find the percentage that this is of the original price. So what percentage is 0.3 of 1.32? And to that we multiply by 100. So we go and then put in the calculator. So it'll be 0.3 divided by 1.32, and then multiply that by 100, and we get a percentage decrease of 22.7%. 22.7. Then question 21. Trams to the airport leave every 50 minutes. Okay, so every 50 minutes. Trams to the beach leave every 35 minutes. A tram to the airport and a tram to the beach leave together at 9:50 a.m. When is the next time that these two trams will leave together? So for this, we need to find our lowest common multiple of these two, because that'll be the next time that they will meet. So let's do our trees for both numbers. So 50, 35. So 50 is 2 and 25, and then 5 and 5. 35 is 5 and 7. Okay, so 50 is 2 times 5 times 5, and then 35 is just 5 times 7. So to find the lowest common multiple, we take what's common, so the 5 and the 5, then whatever is not common, so the 2, so 2 times 5 times 5 times 7. So that will give us, so in our calculator we do 2 times 5 times 5 times 7, which is 350. So 350 minutes is the next time that they will be together. Okay, so in hours then, so if we divide by 60, so it'll be 5 hours. So the 300 minutes, so 300 minutes will be the 5 hours, and then 50 minutes. So if they live together at 9:30 a.m. in 5 hours, it'll be 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So it'll be 2:30 in 5 hours, and then we add the 50 minutes. So we add 30 minutes to complete 3 p.m. and then we have 20 minutes remaining. So at 3:20 p.m. they will live together again. So question 22. Hiro and Taylor are both electricians. Hiro does not charge to visit a house, but charges a fixed rate per hour for the work needed. This graph shows the relationship between the hours worked and the total charge made by Hiro. Okay, so it's a linear. Yeah. Explain how this graph shows that Hiro's total charge is directly proportional to the hours worked. So first of all, the line goes through origin. So it goes through 0, and it's a linear line going up. So that's it. That's enough. Part B. Taylor does charge to visit a house and charges the same fixed rate per hour as Hiro for the works needed. On the axis above, draw a graph to show the relationship between the hours worked and the total charge made by Taylor. So does it say that they work the same? No. So because Taylor does charge a visit, that means that at 0 hours worked, he actually starts charging for some money, which means that his line will start slightly above. So this is what we will call the initial charge. And then from there, it's a steady line up. Probably not so steep, or maybe a steep, but it is still a straight line. So you can make it steep or less steep, it doesn't matter. But what's important is that it is a straight line and that it is slightly higher from the origin. Question 23. If Jack and Ling share some money in the ratio 2 to 3 to 4, Jack gets 720. How much does Ling get. Okay, so we do the ratio again. So let's do a little table. So it's 2, 2, 3, 2, 4. So we can solve this by parts as well, but I do like this method a bit better. So this is Eve, this is Jack, this is Ling. So we know that Jack gets 720. So then we ask ourselves, what do we multiply 3 to get 720? And to answer that, we do the opposite. So we divide 720 divided by 3. So we multiply by 240, which means to get what Eve gets, we multiply by 240 as well. And to check what Ling gets, we also multiply by 240 because there are ratios, so they all increase in the same proportion. So Ling will get 4 times 240, which is 960. So she gets 960. The other way you can also do this is no, I think this is the best way to do it, I would say. Anyways, Barbie. Amir, Beth, and Casey share some money in the ratio 3 to 5 to C. Casey's share is 2/3 of the total. Find the value of C. Okay, so in this case, it does help us think of the total of this. So the total number of parts for this will be 3 plus 5 plus C, which is 8 plus C. So that's the total part. Now, Casey's share is 2/3, which means her share according to this would be C over 8 plus C. And according to the information they have, this has to be equal to 2/3. So we can do what we call cross multiplication. So whenever you see a fraction like this, yeah, so which is a fraction, so 1 over 2 is equal to 4 over 8, for example. What you can do is you can cross multiply. So on the left will be this number, so it'll be 1 times 8 equals this one and this one, 2 times 4. So you see, you get 8 equals to 8, which maintains true. So we can do this kind of cross multiplication here. So it'll be 3 times C, which will be 3C is equal to 2 times 8 plus C. So 3C is equal to 16 plus 2C. So minus 2C on both sides. So it'll be C is equal to 16. And that's it. The answer is 16 for this. So she gets big share of all of that. Okay, so now we have a probability tree. The probability that Sam works from home on Monday is 0.4. So the probability that he does not work from home, it'll be 1 minus this, which will be 0.6. Then it says the probability that Sam works from home on Friday, so from home on Friday is 0.2, which means that he does not work from home. It'll be 1 minus 0.2, which is 0.8. And then it'll be the same thing here, so 0.2 and 0.8. Complete the tree diagram. We just completed it. Then it says, work out the probability that Sam works from home on Monday. So work out the probability that Sam works from home on Monday. So on Monday from home. So this one. But does not work from home on Friday. So he works from home on Monday and does not work from home on Friday. It's Monday, Friday. So and in probability terms means times, and or means plus, which means in this case it will be 0.4 times 0.8. So that's equal to 0.32. So that's the probability that he will work from home on Monday, but does not work from home on Friday. So it'll be 0.32. Question 25. A 6-sided number spinner is thrown 50 times. The score of each throw is recorded. Some of the results are shown in the table. An 8 was thrown F times. Okay, so we threw 50 times in total. An unknown number of a spinner is represented by N, so we don't know what the score is. um, the mean score of the 50 throws is 5.5. Find the value of f and n. So because we know the frequency is 50, so we can add all of these numbers. So it'll be 12 plus 2, 14, plus 9, it'll be 23, 23 plus 16, it'll be 39, plus f, we don't know, but plus 4 will be 43. So we know that we need f to get 50, so f has to be 7. Then it says that the mean score is 5.5. So we find the average of these. So the average of these, so we need to do our frequency times score table. So it'll be 1 times 12, which is 12. Then 3 times 2, which is 6. Then 5 times 9, which is 45. Then 6 times 16. 6 times 16, which is 96. Then 8 times 7, which is 56. And then n times 4, which is 4n. Yeah. So if we add all of this together, and then we divide it by the total frequency, that should give us 5.5, because that's the average. So it'll be 12 plus 6 plus 45 plus 96 plus 56. So the total for this will be 215 plus 4n. So the mean is 5.5, so 5.5 has to be equal to 215 plus 4n, all of that divided by 50. Because the average of this frequency will be the frequency times the score. So 5.5 times 50 will be equal to 275, and that's equal to 215 plus 4n. So take away 215, and that's 60. So 60 is equal to 4n. So n is equal to 60 divided by 4, use a calculator, and n is equal to 15, and f is equal to 7. Now we have question 26. Here's the table for values for y is equal to 6 over x minus 2x, and then they give you those numbers. Now draw the line. So we draw some points. Let me make this a bit smaller so we can see a bit better. Yeah. So first point is minus 4. Minus 4 is here. And 6.5. So 6.5 is here. So that's the first point right here. Then minus 3 and 4, which is 3, which is right here. Minus 2 and 1. Minus 1 and minus 4. Minus 1 and minus 4 here. Then 1 and 4. So 1 and 4. And then 2 and minus 1 here. 3 and minus 4. And 4 and minus 6.5 right here. So your line, so now we just align this. It'll be like this, like this, like this. So something like that. That's kind of what it will look like. Use a graph to find the positive solution of this. So our graph could potentially have 3 solutions. It could potentially have a solution here, here, and here. Because a solution is when your line crosses the x-axis. Okay. So we choose, let's choose this one right here. So this is 1.5678. So 1.8 is a possible solution based on our graph. Obviously, if you make a nicer looking graph, nicer looking curve, then it will be a bit nicer. Okay. So last question. 27. The diagram shows a circle inside a square of side 12. So which means that the diameter of my circle is also 12. Work out a percentage of the square that is shaded. Okay, so first of all, let's find the area of the square. So the area of the square will be 12 times 12 because it's a square, so that'll be 144. Then let's work out the area of the circle. Area of circle would be pi r squared, and the radius is half the diameter, so my radius is 6, so it'll be pi 6 squared, which is 36 pi. Now we take away the area of the so we take away the area of the circle minus the square, so it'll be 144 minus 36 pi. So that'll be all these four corners, and that is 144. Take away 36 pi, and that is 90. So that's 30.9. But because we only want one of them, we divide them by 4. So one of these corner areas is equal to 7.726. Let's do a few decimal places. Now it wants the percentage of the square that is shaded. So what is shaded is this much, and the square is this much. So the percentage will be what is shaded, which is 7.726 divided by 144 times 100. Put in the calculator, and that gives us 5.37%, and that's the answer, and that's the end to the foundation paper. Okay, so I'm gonna take a 5-10 minute break, and then I'll continue with the higher paper, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay, we're back. We're back with the Edexcel higher paper 1. So welcome back, you guys. So we've done so far all the foundation ones, and we'll jump into the higher paper ones now. I've put a link of the higher paper as well. That's the one that we'll do today. And thank you all for tuning in, and let's dive into it. Let's make this a bit bigger. There we go. So similar to how what you'll find as well, you guys, is that the paper foundation, the paper 1 foundation, the higher they do share some questions. So you'll feel that some of them will be repeated, especially the first few questions in the higher paper are also very common in the foundation paper. So we'll just have to go through them again. Maybe I'll do them a bit faster just to progress, because then we can dig into the meter questions. So question 1, work out. So this is long division. If you guys remember what I did, so 8.46, put that into fraction with 0.15. So this becomes 846 divided by 15, because we moved the decimal point 2 places to the right. And then we can do the long division here, now that we sorted the decimal points, because when you do long division with decimal points, it is a bit annoying. It's a bit tricky, but this way it's a bit more manageable. So 846 divided by 15. So again, we just have our 15 times table on the right. So it'll be 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. So 84 is somewhere in between here. So we'll start by times it by 5. So 15 times 5 is 75. Take away, so that's a 9, that's a 0. Bring down to 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6. 6 times 15 is 90. So there is 60. Now we put a decimal point, and that lets us put a 0 here. So 15 goes into 60 4 times, so it'll be 56.4. Because remember, this is a non-calculator paper. For Edexcel and AQA, it is non-calculator. And we have, so mixed numbers. What I do, my preference is we put them into their improper form. So it'll be 7 times, so on the numerator it'll be 7 times 8 plus 3 over 8, and that'll be 7 times 8, that's 56, plus 3 will be 59 over 8. And then the other fraction will be 2 times 2 plus 1 over 2, which will be 5 over 2. Now because we need to make them into the same denominator for both cases, 5 over 2 becomes 20 over 8. So we take away 20 over 8 and we get 39 over 8, and that's our answer. So it'll be 39 over 8 for question 2. Question 3, a cube has a total surface area of that much. So again, we'll just quickly draw our cube. Our cube has 6 faces, and the area of one face, so if we say that the side length is A, the area of one face would be A squared. So since we've got 6 of them, the total surface area will be 6A squared, which will be equal to 150. So A squared will be equal to 25, so A is equal to 5. Now the volume for our cube will be A cubed. So the volume of a cube is the side cubed, and that'll be 5 cubed, which is 125. And then question 4, so this is rainfall and the frequency. So from 0 to 5, our frequency is 8, so we mark at the end of the interval to 8, so that's our point, and then 5 to 10, which is 24, which is over here, and then 10 to 15, which is, yeah, there we can see a bit better, I think. 10 to 15, which is 13. That'll be right here. 15 to 20, that's 11. That's right here, and 20 to 25, which is 4, which is right here. So we just draw our polygon lines matching the dots, and that's our polygon. So again, now we do the set question again. We've done this one before, so the universal set, that's all of the numbers that will be included in here. The odd numbers from this set will be, so the odd numbers will be 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And then the square numbers will be 1, 4, and 9. So what is common between these three sets is the 9 and the 1. So in the intersection we'll have the 1 and the 9. So for set B, which are the square numbers, we just add the 4. So mark the 4, mark the 4, mark the 1. So we are marking all of the numbers as we go. Then for set A, we mark 3, 3, 5, 5, and then 7, 7, and then that's set A done, that's set B done, and then whatever is left will just have to stay outside in the universal set. So it'll be 2, 6, 8, 10. Then part B says we'll create the probability that this number is in the set B hat, and B hat means not B. And if this is B, so the probability is all of the numbers are not in B, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 numbers out of the 10 numbers, that'll be 0.7. So the probability is 0.7, or 7 over 10. That's also fine. Question 6. The scattered graph shows information about the ages and weights of some babies. We have the weight in the y-axis and the age in the x-axis. Describe the relation between the age and the weight of the babies. So it is positive, so it's a positive correlation. It's only 1 mark, so that's enough of what you have to say. Then it says another baby has the weight of 5.8 kilograms. Use the scatter graph, find an estimate of the age of this baby. So for that we need a line of best fit. I'll do my best to fit a line. There we go. And then the baby has a weight of 5.8 kilograms. 5.8 kilograms is here. So this is 5. 5.8 is here. So we draw it to a line and we get, that's 3.6. So according to this, our baby is 3.6 months. Then the price of a holiday increased by 20%. This 20% increase adds 240 pounds to the price of the holiday. So 20% is this 240 pounds. Then we ask ourselves, so what would be 100%? So 100% will be times 5. So we do this times 5 as well. And so times 5, that's 0, 2, 2, 12. So it'll be 1,200 pounds. So the total price of the holiday before the increase will be 1,200 pounds. Question 8. The diagram shows a solid cylinder on a horizontal floor. Now the cylinder has a volume of 1,200 centimeters squared cubed and a height of 40 centimeters. The cylinder exerts a force of 90 newtons on the floor. So we have information about the pressure and the newtons in here. Work out the pressure on the floor due to cylinder. So in order to work out the pressure, we need the force and the area. We already know the force. The force is 90 because it tells us here the force is 90 newtons, but we don't know the area yet. But because we know the volume, so the volume of this shape will be the base area times the height. So volume would be the base area times the height, and the volume is 1200 equals 40a. So we divide by 40, divide by 40, and our area is 30. Now because our area is 30 and pressure is force over area, and our force is 90 newtons and our area is 30, Our pressure is 3 newtons per centimeter squared. That's our pressure for this question. Question 9. So it tells you specifically to use the graphs to solve the simultaneous equations. Now, when you have simultaneous equations, the intersection point is the point on both lines where the x and y are the same. And that is the solution to your simultaneous equations. That's what it means to solve a simultaneous equation, which means this value here is 6 and this value here is -2. So the x coordinate would be 6 and the y coordinate would be -2. Then we have a pentagon. Okay, so it says that the angle AED, so AED, so this one right here, is 4 times the angle ABC. So ABC, let's call this x. That will make this one 4x. Work out the size of angle AED. So because we have a pentagon, now if you guys think about a pentagon, in a pentagon you can fit 1, 2, 3 triangles. Yeah, which means the total inner angles of a pentagon will be 3 times 180, and that would be 540. So the inner angles of this shape it has to add up to 540. So if we add all of the angles, so if we do 120 plus 4x plus x plus 135 plus 110 has to give me 540. So we can add the x together and the numbers together. So if we add the x's together, we have 5x. Now if we add the numbers, so that'll be 120 plus 135 plus 110. So that'll be 5, 6, 3. So it'll be plus 365 equals 540. Then we take away 365 on both sides. So 5x has to be equal to, so 540 take away 365, 10, 3, 1, 4, so we have 5 here, so 10 take away 5 is 5, 13 take away 6 is 7, and 4 take away 3 is 1, so it'll be 175. Then we divide everything by 5. So 175 divided by 5, that'll be 3, 2, 5, 5. So x is 35. Now the question wants the angle AED. So it wants 4x, not just 1x, but we need to know what 4x is. Yeah, so it's very important that you pay attention to what is it they're asking for. So 2 times that will be 70. So 2x is equal to 70, so 4x will be 140. So 140 degrees is angle AED. Okay, so question 11. So we have our expression, and it wants it in the form ax, b, y, c, where a, b, c are integers. So what we gotta do is we gotta work with the indices. So let's do this by parts. So we'll start with the 6x to the power 5 y cubed, all of that is squared. So because the square is affecting the brackets, it will affect each term individually. So it'll be 6 squared times x. So the way indices work, when you expand a bracket, it times. So it'll be 5 times 2, which will be 10, and then y to the power of 6. Now let's work out the denominator. So the denominator will be 3x squared y to the power of 7 times 4x y minus 3. So the numbers can multiply each other, that's fine. So that'll be 12. Then the x's, when they multiply each other, so this x has a hidden 1, you add the powers, so it'll be x to the power of 3. And in here, you have y to the power of 7 and y to the power of minus 3, so you add them. But because this is a negative number, it is take away, so you'll have y to the power of 4. So now we can bring our denominator back, so it'll be 12x cubed y to the power of 4. So we do the same thing again. So this will be 36 divided by 12. Now, because the indices are now dividing, so when you divide, your indices take away. So what is left for the x will be 10 minus 3, which will be 7, and the y will be 6 minus 4, which will be 2. And then 36 divided by 12 is 3. So the simplified version of this will be 3x to the power of 7 y squared. So now we have a is equal to 3, b is equal to 7, and c is equal to 2. So our final simplified version is 3x to the power of 7 y squared. So that's question 11. Question 12. Martha plays a game twice. The probability tree diagram shows the probabilities that Martha will win or lose each game. Okay, find the probability that Martha will lose at least one game. Another way to think about that, so you can think about this as saying that she will win the first game and lose the second game, or win the first game and win the second game. No, actually not that, because she has to lose at least one. So she can lose the first one and the second one, or the first one or the second one, or she can lose both. Yeah. So that's one way you can think about it. It's a little tricky, but you can think about what it means to lose at least one game. It also means that she does not win both games, because that will mean that she's lost at least one. So because we have that does not, that means we can work out what the probability is that she wins both games, which will be 5/8 and 2/9. So it'll be 5/8 times 2/9, because probabilities when you have an and, so when you have an and means times, and that will be 10/72. Now this is the probability that she wins both games, but then the probability that she will lose at least one is basically not this, which is 1 minus 10/72, and 1 can be written as 72/72, so 72 minus 10, that'll be 62/72. So this is the probability that she will at least lose one game. Question 13. So y is directly proportional to x. So the way we write this is y is equal to, so we start with y is directly proportional to x, and this can be transformed. So this proportionality symbol can be rewritten as y is equal to kx, where k is just some constant, some number. Okay. Now it tells us that when y equals 24, x equals that much. So we can actually use this case to work out what this k value is. So 24 is equal to k times 1.5. So 24 is equal to, I'm not going to write as 1.5, but instead I'm going to write this as a fraction. So 1.5 is 3/2k. We can move the 2, and so we moved the 2 first, so it'll be 2 times 24 equals 3k, and then we move the 3, so k will be 2 times 24 divided by 3. Now why do I do it like this? Is because I can then simplify the 3 and the 24. So the 24 will simplify to 8, so k is 16. So now that I know what k is, I can work out a value of y when x equals 5. So y is equal to 16 times 5. So y is equal to 80. Question 14. Write 1/16 in the form 4 to the power of n. So I think in the OCR paper I mentioned what negative indices do. So for example, 4 to the minus 1 will be equal to 1/4. Now incidentally, 1/4, all of that to the minus 1 can be equal to 4 as well, which means I can rewrite the 1/16 as 16 to the power of minus 1. And then the 16, I know that 16 will be equal to 4 squared. So I can rewrite this as 4 squared bracket to the minus 1. And then indices multiply when you have brackets. So then this becomes 4 to the minus 2. So n is minus 2. Yeah. we have to do something similar here, but instead what we'll do is we will work through the indices first. So 8 to the power of 5 thirds. So when it comes to indices, every index has three directions that it will give you. So there are three things you need to consider. The first thing you need to consider is the sign. So if it's a negative, like we said, you flip the fraction. If it's a positive, you don't do anything. Now, the denominator tells you the root that it will become. So this will be the cube root of 8, and then the 5, so the numerator of the fraction gives you the actual power. So another way to write this is like this, or I can write this as 8 to the power of 5, all of that cube root. Now, these two are the same, but I suggest that you always do the root first, because you don't want to be rooting a very big number. So, and you know that the cube root of 8 is 2, so this becomes 2 to the power of 5, and 2 to the power of 5 is 32, because it's 2 times 2, which is 4, times 2, 8, times 2, 16, times 2, 5 times 32. So now we're going to do the same thing with the 9. So the 9 is 3 halves. So the 2 means it's a square root. So I can rewrite this as the square root of 9, all of that cubed. The square root of 9 is 3, so it'll be 3 cubed, which is 27, because it's 3 times 3. So now my final answer will be 32 minus 27, which is equal to 5. Okay, question 15. So we have the equation with the line L1 and L2. It tells us that L1 is perpendicular to L2. Find the value of K. You must show all of your working. So the important thing to know about what two lines being perpendicular means is that if you multiply their gradients, so if you multiply the gradient of L1 times the gradient of L2, that will give you -1 always. That's the distinctive property of perpendicular lines. So now if you guys remember, the regular expression for the equation of a line is y is equal to mx plus c, where m is the gradient. So that's the format that we need our equations to be. Now, nice enough, line 1 already has that format, so the gradient of line 1 is 2. So this is 2. But line 2 is not clear what it is yet. So we're going to do some algebra, and then we're going to find out. We're going to put this into this format so we can work out what this gradient is. So 6y plus kx minus 12 equals 0. So what's important to know is that the y is alone on the left. So we want to make y the subject of the formula, which means we're going to move these two terms to the right. So 6y is going to be equal to minus kx. Now I put the minus kx first because I know it has to be there first. It'll be easy enough for you to recognize where the gradient is. And then plus 12. Yeah, so remember, when you move it to the other side of the equation, you always send it with the opposite sign. Okay, now you may think this is it, but no, because the y has no number next to it. This y has a 6, so we need to get rid of the 6. So divide this by 6, divide this by 6. So y is equal to now minus k over 6. X plus 12 over 6 is 2. So this is the gradient of my line 2. So my line 1 gradient is 2 times minus k over 6. That has to give me -1. Okay. So because this is a fraction, we can move the 6 to the, so multiply everything by 6. Now because this is multiplying, you can think of this as the 6 just affecting the whole fraction. So it'll be 2, so 2 times minus k will be minus 2k is equal to minus 6. Divide everything by minus 2, and k is equal to 3. So k is equal to 3. In this case, for when the lines are perpendicular. It's very important. That's the condition. That's the only way you can solve this. Okay. Question 16. Here's a sphere, and the surface area of the sphere is given by this expression, which is 4 pi r squared. It says that 3/8 of the surface of the sphere is this much. So 3/8 of this will be this much. So the way we write this is 3/8 times 4 pi r squared is 75 pi. Then the question asks, find the diameter of the sphere. Give your answer in the form a root b, where a is an integer and b is a prime number. Okay, so we'll worry about this later. Let's focus about finding the radius first. Now, by looking at this, we can see that both sides of the equation have pi's on them, which means we can cancel them out. Okay, so 3r squared over 8 is equal to 75. So I'm going to do what I always do, and I'm going to try to make r the subject of the formula, move the 8 to the side and the 3 as well. So r squared will be equal to 8 times 75 over 3. Now I don't multiply straight away because I want to simplify first. If you simplify first, you make your life a lot easier. So the 3 and the 75 can simplify because 3 can fit into 75 25 times. So 25 times 3 is 75. So r squared is equal to 8 times 25. Now here I could multiply, I could do long multiplication and do it, but I'm not going to. And why is that? It's because in order to solve for r, I'm going to have to square root all of this. And I don't want to find the square root of a big number because I'm going to have to simplify it anyways. And also in the answer they tell you that the format in which your answer has to be given has to be a root b, which means that we have to keep it in root format. So that's why I choose to do it at this level. So my radius is going to be equal to square root of 8 times 25. Now the nice thing about the root is is that it is an index as well, right? So if the root is an index, that means that it can apply to both the 8 and the 25. So this is the same as square root of 8 times square root of 25. Now we do know what the square root of 25 is, and we'll work with the square root of 8. So square root of 8 is the same as square root of 4 times 2. So we apply the same thing that we did here, and it'll be square root of 4 times square root of 2. Now square root of 4 is just 2. So square root of 8 is 2 root 2. So square root of 8 is 2 root 2 times a square root of 25, which is just 5. So multiplying, we get that, let's move this a bit up, that this will be equal to 10 root 2. So that's my answer, 10 root 2. And we have met their conditions. A is an integer, A is 10, and B is a prime number. B is 2, and 2 is a prime number. And that's the answer for question 16. Let's jump into question 17. So they want us to make x the subject of the formula. Okay, let's do it. So because you have a fraction again, we don't like working in fractions. If we can help it, we undo them. So we are going to move the 5x plus 3 as a whole number to the left. So this is going to be y times 5x plus 3 is equal to 4 times 2x minus 7. Now I'm going to proceed and expand the brackets. So y times 5x is going to be 5xy plus 3y is equal to 4 times 2x, that's 8x minus 28. Now because I want to make x the subject of the formula, I'm going to move all the x terms to the left and everything else to the right. So I'm going to move this one to the left by minusing 3y, and I'm going to move this one to the left by minusing 8x. So it's going to be 5xy minus 8x is equal to minus 28 minus 3y. Okay, now why am I doing this? Because I need to factorize this x out so that I can have a single term with x, and that's what I'll do. So if I factor the x out, If I take the x out from here, what we're left is with a 5y minus 8, close the bracket. Okay, alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I wonder how often that's going to happen. Probably a few more times in the next couple of hours. So we have that all of that is equal to minus 28 minus 3y. So then we divide everything by 5y minus 8. So x is equal to minus 28 minus 3y. All of that over by 5y minus 8. And that's the answer, because now only the x is on the left and is now the subject of the formula. Okay. So, question 18. 7 kilograms of carrots and 5 kilograms of tomatoes cost a total of 480p. The cost of 1 kilogram of carrots to 1 kilogram of tomatoes is that much. Work out the cost of 1 kilogram of carrots and 1 kilogram of tomatoes. Okay, so we're gonna label the number of carrots. So 1 kilogram of carrot will be C, and 1 kilogram of tomatoes will be T. So based on the first sentence, 7C plus 5T is equal to 480p, just based on that. Okay. Then we're gonna use the same thing for here. So here is telling us that C to T is equal to 5 to 9. Now, one thing you guys should also know is that when you work out with ratios, you can also transform them into fractions. So this is the same as C over T is equal to 5 over 9. Which means we can make C the subject of the formula, so C will be 5/9 T. And now we have simultaneous equations. So here's a C. I'm going to write that instead. So it's going to be 7 times 5/9 t plus 5t is equal to 480. Now I'm going to multiply everything by 9, so to get rid of the fraction. So this will be 35t plus 9 times 5, that'll be 45t equals 480 times 9. I'm not going to multiply it because I think I might be able to simplify. So I don't need to multiply. So that's also something useful for you guys, is that you don't need to multiply straight away, especially in the non-calculator paper. If you can get away with just keeping it like this, maybe in the end, if you need to, you can multiply. But as you'll see, there's no need. Okay, so 35 plus 45, that is 80t, is equal to 480 times 9. So divide everything by 80, so t is equal to 489 divided by 80. So 48 divided by 8 is 6. So this could simplify to 6 simply. So t is then now 6 times 9, which is 36. So if t is equal to 36, we can plug it in right here again. So carrot is 5 times 36 over 9. Simplify the 9 and the 36, so that's 4. So carrot is equal to 20. So each carrot costs 20p and each tomato costs 36p. Question 19. The menu in a restaurant has starters, main courses, and desserts. There are 5 desserts, there are 12 main courses, there are X desserts. There are 420 different ways to choose one starter, one course, and one dessert. Work out the value of X. So this is what we call a permutation, which means that if you have a dessert, so for each starter you have 12 main courses, and for each main course you have X certs. So the total number of ways in which you can arrange this or have this many options, it will be 5 times 12 times X, and that'll be equal to 420. So 5 times 12, that's 60. So 60x is equal to 420. Divide everything by 60. Cancel 0. So 42 divided by 6 is 7. So x is equal to 7. So there are 7 desserts. Very good. Question 20. Okay. So for x greater than 0, the functions f and g are such that. So f is that, g is that. Find the inverse. So this tells you the inverse of x. Now, to find the inverse of x, there's 2 simple steps that you take. So let's rewrite this as y is equal to root x plus 2 over 5. And the next step is to change the positions of the y and the x. So what do I mean by that? Is that then this becomes x is equal to square root of y plus 2 over 5. And now we make the subject of the we make y the subject of the formula, and then that way we have properly inversed our function. So multiply by 5, so 5x is equal to root y plus 2, take away 2, so root y is equal to 5x minus 2, and then square everything. So y is now 5x minus 2, all of that squared. You could, if you wanted, expand this, but I would not advise it because they didn't ask you to do that. So the question doesn't say expand. So there you can save yourself a few minutes. So the inverse of g will be 5x minus 2, all of that squared. If the question had said that you should expand it, then you expand it. But if they don't, they don't. Okay. Now this is what we call a composite function. A composite function, let's put it there. A composite function. So a better way of writing this is that you have g of f of x. So we always work from the inside out. Okay. So we know f of x is that much. So instead of writing f of x here, I'm going to write that because they're equal. So this becomes g of 3x plus 4 equals 3. Now, if you realize, if you look at g of x, what this is telling you is that this always matches this. So whatever is here must also be there, which means g of 3 of x plus 4 is the square root of 3 of x plus 4 plus 2, that's outside the root, over 5. And that's equal to 3. That's what it's saying. So you realize, so whatever is here also goes here because x is here, x goes there. Then, so let's multiply it out. So multiply the 5 to the other side. So we'll do it here so we can see it a bit better. Yeah. So square root of 3x plus 4, don't forget the root, plus 2 is equal to 15. Take away 2, so square root of 3x plus 4 is equal to 13. So I square everything, throw 3x plus 4 is equal to 169. Then take away 4, 3x is equal to 165. Then we divide 165 by 3. So it's 5, 1, 1, 5, 5. So it's 55. So x is 55. And that's the answer. Now we go into question 21. So ABD and ABD are points in a circle with center O. Actually, I made a video about this question, which you can see it a bit a bit nicer on the video on how this works, because then you have to mention the theorems. So I would suggest, if you guys can, have a look at, check it out, because it's quite interesting. Okay, so angle BAD. So this comes. So if we were to move that point somewhere here, so like this, to the center, pum 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 pum, you'll see that this angle right here is this angle right here. And this angle right here is always half of whatever this is. So if this is 64, this angle right here, so BAD would be 32. So that's the first thing. And then I guess the rule for this is the angle at the circumference is half the angle at the center. Yeah, so that's what you would have to write. Because this is 4 marks, so there'll be a bunch of things that you have to say. Then, so we know this angle is 32. So let's label this angle Y and this angle Y as well. Now, because this is a triangle, so angles in a triangle will add up to 180. So 51 plus 32 plus Y has to be 180. Maybe do it like that. Yeah. So we add 51 and 32, thus 83 plus Y is equal to 180. So Y in this case will be 97, which means this one right here is 97, which is good. And then, so then the next thing is that we know, it does say, what else does it say? Right, so it says that CDE, so this is a tangent to the circle, which means this angle is 90. Now, if this is 96, I can work out what this angle is. So 64 plus 97 plus, let's call this A. Plus A has to be 180, again, because angles in a triangle add up to 80. So we need to know this angle of ADC. So we work out what this is, and then we'll be able to work out what this is. So 64 plus 97, that's 161 plus A is equal to 180. So A would be equal to 19. So this angle right here is 19. And because this is a tangent, so remember tangent means 90 degrees, right? So if this is 90 degrees, this angle right here, the one that we need to find, will be 90 minus 19, which is 71. So the answer is 71. So angle ADC is 71. So the terms that we use is that, so first is this one right here, angle at a circumference is half the angle at the center. Second one is that angles in a triangle add up to 180. And then the other one, I guess, is that the tangent, well, we do use it that twice, because we use it for that triangle and we use it for that triangle. And then we use advantage of the knowledge that CDE is a tangent. And that's how we get our final answer of 71. And then so we have a cuboid, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, the cuboid. AF, so AF is 6.8, and FC, so the diagonal is 13.6. Then it says work out the size of the angle between FC and the plane, so they want this angle right here to that plane. Okay, so Okay, actually, so this is not bad because they already gave us a triangle. So this is our triangle. Uh, so wait, this is a paper 1, so we shouldn't need to. Oh, well, let's see. So they want this angle is called this alpha, and then so the opposite side to this will be 6.8, and the hypotenuse will be 13.6. So we can use our good old trigonometry. So sine of alpha will be equal to 6.8 over 13.6. And as it happens, 6.8 is double. Sorry, 6.8 is half 13.6, which means sine of alpha is a half. And like I mentioned in one of the other papers, this is one of the sine values that you are expected to remember. And the only value for alpha that will give you half is 30. So this angle is 30. And that's the answer to this question. Okay, question 23. Write this in this form. So again, so this is a fraction and we have to rationalize the surds. So we'll start by rationalizing the surds first and then we'll worry about the fraction part of it. So 3 root 3 over 4 minus root 3. So to rationalize this, the clue is that we have a root. So in order to get the root, we need a square. Now we can't directly square these, so we have to think about another root. Now another root is very important that you guys should be very familiar with is the difference of two squares, which says if you have a minus b times a plus b is equal to a squared minus b squared. So this is also another way in which you can rationalize the denominator. So we can do is we multiply by 1, but 1 can take any shape. So I'm going to say that 1 is going to be equal to 4 plus root 3 over 4 plus root 3. See, this is still 1, so this doesn't really affect the equation. So this is a lot to do. And now look what you have. We have that minus that and then that plus that, which looks like this exactly. So this will be equal to 3 root 3 bracket 4 plus root 3 over, so it'll be the square of the first number, so it'll be 4 squared minus root 3 squared. So then we expand the brackets, so this will be 12 root 3 plus, so it'll be 3 times root 3 times root 3. So it'll be 3 times root 3 times root 3. Root 3 times root 3 is 3 times 3, it's 9. Over 4 squared is 16 minus square root of 3 squared is just 3. So over 13. Okay, so now we've sorted this part yet. So now let's sort the second part. So 2 over root 3. So now here again we multiply by 1 and then the 1 can take any shape. So we multiply by root 3 over root 3 and then 2 times root 3 is just 2 root 3 and then root 3 times root 3 it's 3. So it'll be minus 2 root 3 over 3. Now we have fractions, so we have to make them the same. Yeah. So they have common factors, so the common denominator for this will be 39, which is 13 times 3. So we multiply 3 here, so 3 times 12 root 3 plus 9 over 39 minus 2 times 13 will be 26 root 3 over 39. Okay, so we continue expanding, so it'll be 3 times 12, which is 36 root 3 plus 27 over 39. Now because I have the same denominator, I can do minus 26 root 3. So 36 minus 26, so that's 10 root 3 plus 27 over 39. There's nothing we can factorize here because the terms here is 2 and 5, and then and then that's it. So we have A is equal to 10, B is equal to 27, and C is equal to 39. And there we go. That's the answer. Okay, so find the set of possible values of x for which that is that and that is that. So for inequalities, you always want to see what what the values are, and is generally you wanna it's easier if you see it graphically, basically, I'll say. So what do I mean by that is that, for example, so let's take this quadratic equation. If we were to plot that in a graph, it will probably look something like this. Yeah. So these are the y, these are the x. Now we'll do it one step at a time. So we solve this. So now if you guys look at this, 25 is a square number and it's taken away. So we may be able to do difference of two squares here, which is pretty nice, I'll say. So let's pretend this is an equation for now. So that's how we will treat it for now. So if we do difference of two squares, it will be 2x all of that squared minus 5 squared is equal to 0. So by treating it like an equation, for now, just for now, we put the equal sign instead of the less than. So this will be equal to 2x minus 5 and 2x plus 5 equals 0. So x is equal to 5 over 2 and x is equal to minus 5 over 2. So like I said, you have two roots. So this one will be minus 5 over 2 and this will be 5 over 2. Okay. Now, so this is now where we go back into the inequality. So we want the values for which this equation is less than 0, which means is negative, and those are these values. So for now, so for this, our range for x is greater than minus 5 halves and is less than 5 halves. So far this is what we have based on this. Okay. And we do the same thing for this. So we need to I think we can factorize this. But first you can see that this inequality is what it will look like. So I'll tell you what it may look like. It will look something like this. And how do I know it's going to look something like this? So I knew this looks like a smiley face because the quadratic part of it is positive. So when the quadratic part of it is positive, your graph looks like a happy face. But when the quadratic part looks like, when it's negative, it looks like a sad face. So the two roots will be here and here. And that's what we have to do now. So there are a few ways you can do it. You can try to factorize, which can work, but it's just a little bit trickier. But there's a way. There's a way to do it. Okay. Now, what we can do is we can flip this. So we can make, because it's negative, we don't really like it negative, so we're gonna make it positive. And then if you're gonna do that, you also have to flip the equality, the inequality sign. So this would then become 3x squared plus 5x minus 12. Instead of bigger than, now it has to be less than 0. Okay, so now to factorize this, so normally if it was just a single x squared, you would know how to do it. But to factorize this, so we want to factorize 3x squared plus 5x minus 12 is equal to 0. Yeah, so we'll worry about the inequality later. Now, because it's positive, so again, it's gonna look like a happy face again. So the way you factorize this is, so you take this one and this one, you multiply them together. So it'll be 3 times minus 12, which is minus 36. Then you think of two numbers that multiplied will give you this and added will give you this. So for example, you could have plus 9 and minus 4, because plus 4 plus 9 and minus 4 is equal to minus 36, and it gives you that. So then in contrast with how we normally do the other way, we don't go straight into brackets, but instead we split the 5x into the following. So it'll be 3x squared plus 9x minus 4x minus 12 equals 0. Now, why do we do this? Is because then when we factorize this, we will have a common factor that we can refactorize again. And it sounds a bit tricky, but you'll see how it works. So we take now these two terms and these two terms. Now we could have done it the other way around, but there is nothing to factorize if we had put the minus 4 here. So that's why we do it like this. So in here we can factorize a 3x out. So we do 3x, and then here we're left with an x plus 3. And in here we factor a minus 4 out, and we get x plus 3 equals 0. So you guys, now you see how both terms have these x plus 3 term. So that's what I meant by the factorizing, which means this becomes x plus 3 bracket, what's left in here, 3x, what's here, minus 4 is equal to 0. So x is minus 3 and x is 4 thirds. Okay, so again, we need to check our number line. Now, because going back in the inequality, our inequality said values that are less than that. So if we draw then our graph, this is what we get. So this is minus 3 and this is 4 thirds. So the values that are less than 0 are these ones. So the values that we get for a second inequality are, so I'm just gonna make some space in here, are minus 3 is less than x and x is less than, what is it? 4 thirds. So then the question wants the set of possible values for which both of these are true. Okay, so let's just momentarily change them into a decimal. So this is going to be minus 2.5 and this is going to be 2.5, and this is 4 thirds, which is 1.3 something. So we check what is common between them two. So the minus 3 is included here, but not here. So we take this lower limit. The 2.5 is included here, but it's not included here. So we take this upper limit. So the limits for this is going to be minus 5 halves x to 4 thirds, because we just want the common parts of it, of both sets. I've also made a video about this as well. That's in the profile. You guys can check it out. You can see it a bit better visually, but mathematically that's what you have to do. Oh, right, and then that's the end of the question. So again, I'll take a 2-3 minute break, and then we'll jump into the AQA paper, the higher, and then we'll do the OCR one. And I'll get some water, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, and we're back. So just finished the Edexcel paper. Now we'll jump into the AQA higher paper, the paper one, the non-calculator. So we'll have 2 papers left to do. We'll do the AQA, then the OCR one. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys being there. It's good. Let's do this. So very similarly to the Edexcel one, we start with the AQA with questions from the foundation one. This one was, I think it was one of them, I can't remember. Oh, let me send the paper before I forget, so people can follow with it. They can find it, and then they can solve it along with me, and then there'll be access to solve solution after the stream ends. Okay, so we've got the AQA paper 1. Again, it's a non-calc. So we start with working out this. So the way you can go about this is you take out the decimal points and you make a note of them, how many you have. So in this case, we've got 2 decimal points. And then we do 7 times 5, which is 35. And then you put your decimal points back in. So it'll be 1, 2. So it will be 0.35. That's how I generally like solving these kind of questions. Then we've got a division. So this is a fraction again. 3 can be written as 3 over 1. So 5, 6 over 3 over 1. So division in fractions means you can then transform this into 5 over 6 times 1/3, which is equal to 5 over 18. And that's the answer for this one. So we can do something similar here. So 0.6 can be written as 6 over 10. And then, so we have 27 over 1 over 6 over 10. This becomes 27 over 1 times 10 over 6. Can simplify a 3 here, so this becomes a 2, and then this becomes a 9, then simplify the 2, and this becomes a 5. So we have 9 times 5, which is 45. Then we solve this inequality. So divide both by 2, so x is less than 13. That's the answer. Then work the value of this, gives you answer as a mixed number. So we'll make it a mixed number later. Let's just do the squaring first. So 3 halves squared will be 9 over 4, because we square both numbers, and then we make this into a mixed number. So 4 can go into 9 2 times, remainder 1 over 2, and that's, sorry, 4. It's 2 and 1/4 left. Cool. Yeah, I remember this one. We saw it in the foundation exam. So angle EBD is 5 times angle ABE. So ABE, let's say this is x, that will make this one 5x, and then angle DBC is 3 times that, so this will be 3x. Then we know that the whole thing here will be 180 degrees, so x plus 5x plus 3x is equal to 180. Then 9x is equal to 180, x is equal to 20. And the size of the angle EBD, and that's 5x, so 5x will be 100. So 100 is the answer to this one. Question 5 says, 2 prime numbers are multiplied together. The answer is an even number between 50 and 60. So we start writing all of our prime numbers. So we start with 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, not 9, 11, 13, not 15, 17, 19, not 21, 23, not 25, 27, actually not 27, nope, 29, 31. And I think that should be enough. So because the answer is an even number and the only even number that is prime is 2, 2 has to be one of them. So then we start multiplying. So we do 2 times 23, that's 46. That's still not there, so we do it by the next one. 2 times 29. So 2 times 29, that's 58. And that is between 50 and 60. So 29 is the other prime number for this particular case. Question 6. Andrew and Bruce share some money in the ratio of 5 to 6. So this is Andrew, this is Bruce, ratio of 5 to 6. Bruce gets 96. So for 6 to go to 96, we need to multiply this by 16, which means because we must contain the rationess of it, we will also multiply 5 times 16, and that'll be equal to 80. So Andrew gets 80 pounds. Okay. Now it says that Andrew gives a fourth of his share to Carl. So if Andrew receives 80, a fourth of 80 is 20. So Andrew gives 20 to Carl. Then Bruce gives 2/3 of his share to Carl. Now 2/3 of 96. So let's work this out. So it'll be 2 times 96 divided by 3. We can simplify this, so this will be 32. So that will be 40. Nope, it'll be 64. 64. Yep, 64. So Bruce gave 64 dollars or pounds or cents or pesos to Carl. Actually, no, it is pounds. So in total, Carl will receive 20 from Andrew and 64 from Bruce, making it an 84 pounds that he'll receive in total. Thanks to those guys. Question 7. So to work out the value of A, so we can't really work directly with A because it's in a power, so there's no straight away way for us to do it. But we can resolve the rest. So we're going to divide everything by the 3 and the 5 squared. So 2 to the power of A is equal to 600 divided by 3 times 25. And again, like I mentioned before, I'm not going to do the multiplication yet because I don't want to multiply and then divide, because I can simplify first. So simplify the 3, and then this simplifies to 200. So this is equal to 200 divided by 25. Now you can fit 4 25s into 100, which means 200 divided by 25 is equal to 8. So 2 to some power is equal to 8. Now let's make a little list of all the powers of 2. So 2 to the power of 1 is 2, 2 squared is 4, 2 cubed is 8. Aha, there we go. So that means that A is equal to 3. Question 8. Expand and simplify fully. So we expand the bracket first. So it'll be 5 times 3x, which is 15x, plus 5 times 4, which is 20. Then minus 2 times x is minus 2x, and then minus 2 times minus 1 is plus 2. Okay, this is a very common thing that often catch people out. Always be careful of the signs, because this one little mistake will lose you the marks. Okay. Then we add the x's together and the numbers together. So it'll be 15x minus 2x, that's 13x, then plus 22, and that's it, because there is nothing else we can do here. Okay, question 9. Erica tries to sketch the graph y equals 1 over x, with x is not 0. So make two different criticisms to her sketch. The first criticism is that here clearly we cannot have that x equals to 0. And she plotted a value of x equal to 0. It's not allowed. Well, it's not allowed, but in maths we don't like that. So that's one. Then let's see. So then this positive part of it is wrong. Let's look at the negative part of it. So let's pick an easy negative x number. So let's say x is equal to -1. So when x is equal to -1, y has to be equal to 1 over -1, which is -1. So this part has to be in the negative part of the graph here. She drew it on the positive, so that's wrong. That's the second criticism. Then, question 10. Sunita is X years old, Beth is 1 year younger than Sunita, and Joel is double Sunita's age. So, Beth, so B for Beth, is the age of Sunita, which is younger, so -1. Then Joel, so J for Joel, is double the age of Sunita, which is 2x. Yeah, so those are the ages. So Sunita is x, Beth is x minus 1, and then Joel is 2x. Their mean, the mean of their ages is 5, which means if we add all of the ages together and divide it by 3, because it's 3 people, that will give us 5. So if we do x plus x minus 1 plus 2x, all of that divided by 3, that should give me 5. So multiply everything by 3 and then add all of the x's. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4x minus 1 is equal to 15. 4x is equal to 16. X is equal to 4. So now pay attention. Always go back to what they want in the question. In the question, they want to know how old is Joel, not how old is Sunita. And Joel is double the age of Sunita. And if Sunita is 4, then Joel is 8. So Joel is 8 years old. Okay, don't get caught off guard. Okay, now the Venn diagram represents 100 times. So we've got the universe and we've got the different sets. So they want the probability that, so this means the probability that A intersects B. So the intersection of A and B is 13. So this probability will be 13 over the total, which is 100. Then they want the probability that is not A. So if A is all of this, not A will be 48 and 11, which is 59 over 100. So that's that probability. Then they want, so then they also have this other U here. So this U is for intersection, so what is common, and then this U stands for union. That's how you can think about it. So this is the probability that is A and B, so both of them combined together. So A and B is all of this. So it'll be 28, 13, and 48. So it'll be 28 plus 48 plus 13, which is equal to 89, and then over 100. And that's the answer. Okay, so A times 10 to the n is a number in standard form. Complete the inequality for the value of A. So in standard form, our values will always range from, so standard form is always you get a number, just a single number, and then times 10 to some power. So at minimum it can be 1, and at maximum, without including the number, it'll be 10. So we cannot include 10, but we can include 9.9, for example. So 9.9, it is standard form. 1.0 it is standard form, but 0.9 it cannot be standard form because then we have to go move the decimal point there. So it'll be 9 times 10 to the minus 1. Yeah. So in the standard form, at minimum it can be 1, and the maximum it can be 10, but not 10. So anything that is less than 10. Then it says so this number is the number written in a standard form. So which means we're gonna do this in a so that's right. So we need to find what n is and what b is. So b, remember, like I said, so the number on the standard form has to be between 1 and 10, not including 10, which means it can't be 0.72, it cannot be 72, but it has to be 7.2. So so b is equal to 7.2. Now the question is, how many decimal points do we have to move it to get to 7,200? So if my decimal point is here, we do it 1, 2, 3. So it'll be times 10 to the 3. And this is equal to 7,200 in standard form. Okay, so now we know that b is equal to 7.2 and n is equal to 3. Now they want 7.2 times 10 to the minus 3. So which means we're going to move the decimal point 3 times to the left. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. So decimal point here, and then we fill with 0, 0, 0, 0. So my number in ordinary number form will be 0.0072. And that's the number. Okay. Question 13 says, here's a number machine. We have an input, and then first step we multiply by a, then we add b, and then we get y. Show that when the input increases by 2, the output decreases by 2a. So if we have if our input is x, by the first step this is going to be ax, and this is going to be ax plus b. Now if my input is increased by 2, which means I now send in my input x plus 2, then in the next step it's going to be a x plus 2 plus b. So if we expand this, this is going to be ax plus 2a plus b. So I'm just going to change position in these two. So it's going to be ax plus b plus 2a. So this is my original output, which is this one, which I have increased by 2a. Question 13b. So it tells us that f of x, so this function of x is equal to kx squared, where k is a constant. Then it says Kai says that f of 6 over f of 2 is equal to f of 3 because 6 over 2 is 3. Is he correct? Well, he is not correct. And that's because f of 6, so f of 6 will be equal to k times 36 because 6 squared. And then f of 2 will be equal to k 4. Now, if you divide these two, the k's cancel out, and then you end up with 9. So it is not. And then f of 3 is k 9. So first of all, it can be 3. So it's not that. So we're missing the constant. So it's not correct. Okay. Question 14. So here's a list of 11 whole numbers in numerical order. The lower quartile, mean, upper quartile, and highest value, they're missing. So we're missing some values in here. Okay. So then it tells us that the median is 2 times the lower quartile. So the median is 2 times the lower quartile. So if we say that the lower quartile is some value x, then the median will be 2x. And it says that the upper quartile is 2.5 times the lower quartile, so the upper quartile will be 2.5x. Then it says that the range is, so the range, let's do R for range, is equal to 2 times the interquartile range. The interquartile range is just the upper quartile minus the lower quartile, so that'll be 2.5x minus x. Which means that the range would be, so 2.5 minus 1, that's 1.5, so it'll be 3x. So our range is 3x. Now we can see that so our median is 2 times this when, so we've got how many numbers? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we've got, so the median will be somewhere here. And then the lower quartile would be here, and the upper quartile would be here, and then the range would be here. So we can say that, so if we take that, let's say that our upper quartile is 9, yeah, because these are in numerical order, then that'll mean that our median has to be 18, which cannot be. So we have to go up. So it could be 10. So if it's 10, so if x is 10, then the median is, so median is 20, and then the range is 30. So then yeah, I think that kind of works for this one. So we've got 10, 20, and then the upper quartile is 2 times, so it'll be 25. Oh, actually no, it cannot, because 25 is less than that, so it's not 10. So we try it with the next one. We try with 11. So with 11, so we try with 11 this time. So with 11, so if x is 11, so if it's 11 here, then this will be 22 here, and then 2.5 times 11. So again, so this one doesn't work because then this upper quartile won't be a whole number again. So it's not 11. So then the last number that we have to try is 12. So the lower quartile is 12, which means the median is 24, which means the upper quartile is 30, and then that makes the range 41. So because they have given us rules on what the numbers could be, and they have given us also instructions that it has to be a whole number. So the only number that satisfies these conditions is 12, being the lower quartile. And that's question 14. So question 15. A, B, C, D is a trapezium. All four sides are different lengths. AB is parallel to CD, and the diagonals intersect at x. Okay, so this is a trapezium, and these are parallel. Triangles AXB. So triangles AXB. So this one and CXD and this one, they are similar. Yes, so they share this angle, and then the proportions of their lengths are also proportional. And because these are parallel lines, that means that so this angle, which is this angle, is equal to this angle. So this is x, 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 and then this angle, if is y, and this is y, that will make that this angle is y, this angle is y. So they share. So we don't just need to see that the sides are proportional, but the angles are the same. So if the angles are the same, that means it's similar. Then it says triangles AXD. So A. Actually, I need to erase this because I can't see what I've done. Okay, so triangles AXD. So AXD. So this one, and BXC are congruent. Well, they are. It's not true because although they share the same angle here, these lines are not parallel. Okay, sorry about that, guys. It's just part of the day. I'll lose more audio, maybe like once every 40 minutes or something. So it's not true because they're not congruent. Then angle ADB, ADB, so this one, and angle BDC, and this one, they're the same. They're not the same because yeah, we can clearly see that they're not the same. Then the area of triangle ABC, so ABC, so this part is the same as the area of this one. So we can yes, that is true because so actually let me use a different color for that. So triangle ABC, so ABC, so this one and this one. So because these lines are parallel, they share the same height. Now they ABC, ABD, ABD. Oh, hold on, I drew the wrong triangle. So it's ABC and ABD. This triangle right here. Yeah. So they have the same area because they have the same height and they also have the same base. So the areas are the same. Yeah. Question 16. Solve the simultaneous equations. So because these are minusing each other, I can make them the same. So I'm going to multiply this by 4 and this by 5. So it's going to be 8x minus 20y equals 13 times 4. So that's 12, 1, 5, 52. And then this one is 15x plus 20y is equal to 40. So now I can add these two to cancel the y's out. So it's going to be 23x is equal to 92. So x is equal to 92 divided by 23. It's a bit of an awkward number, that one. By 4, right, actually, and then this simplifies to 4, believe it or not. So x equals 4, and then we plug the 4 back into any of the equations, so it'll be 3 times 4 plus 4y is equal to 8, so it'll be 12 plus 4y is equal to 8, 4y is equal to minus 4, y is equal to minus 1, so y is equal to minus 1, and x equals 4. Question 17. So, a solid hemisphere has a radius that much. So a hemisphere is just half of a sphere. A solid cylinder has a radius 3x and a height of x. Now it says that the surface area of the sphere is given by this, but that's for the full sphere. Remember, we're dealing with just a hemisphere, where r is the radius. Work out the ratio of the total surface area of the hemisphere to the total surface area of the cylinder. Okay, so the total surface area of my hemisphere is going to be this half of the sphere and the base. So the the area of the base is going to be pi x squared. Now the sphere part, surface area of the sphere, is going to be 4 pi x squared, but we divide it by 2 because it's just a hemisphere, which means is half of it. And then, so that's for the hemisphere. Now for the cylinder, we have that the surface area will be again the base surface area, but times 2 because it's two of them. So it'll be, so this is for the hemisphere. Now for the cylinder would be 3x squared. So that'll be, so it'll be 2, so it'll be pi r squared, so multiply by pi, and then multiply by 2 because there's 2 of them. So that's just the base. Then we need to add the area of the part that's around the cylinder. So if we were to split the cylinder out, so that is actually a rectangle. If we were to open the rectangle where the length is the circumference of the circle, which is 2 pi r, and the height of it would be this height, which is x. So this area would be x times 2 pi x, and then adding this together, so it'll be, so it's 6 pi x squared plus 2 pi x squared. Together that makes it 8 pi x squared. And then, so that's for the cylinder. So the cylinder part, the full area of the cylinder will be 8 pi x squared. Now for the hemisphere, we can simplify this to a 2. So it'll be pi x squared plus 2 pi x squared, which makes it 3 pi x squared. So for the hemisphere, the surface area of the hemisphere will be 3 pi x squared. Now the ratio of them two, like I mentioned before, you can think of the ratios as also fractions. So it'll be the surface area of the hemisphere, which is 3 pi x squared over 3 pi x, so it'll be 8, sorry, which is part of the cylinder. The pi's cancel out and the x's cancel out, and then we're left with 3 over 8, which is a ratio of 3 to 8. And that's the answer of the ratio of the total surface area of the hemisphere to the total surface area of the cylinder. Okay, question 18. Circle the possible value of x. So what we can do here, so what we can do here is to get rid of this cube root, we can cube all the numbers here. And we don't need to know what the cubes are because given the options that we have, so they have to be big numbers, at least more than 100 for each, and none of these are except the 290. So 290 would be the answer for this question. Question 19. Work out how many 5-digit odd numbers can be made using these digits once. So in order for them to be odd, they need to end on an odd number, and the only odd numbers that we have is 7 and 9. So which means so if we split our 5 digits into 2 parts, so it'll be the first part that will contain 4 digits. That can be any of these 4 digits at random, and this one can only be either a 7 or a 9, for example. So the 3 digits, so these 3 digits, we can rearrange them 6 times. So the 3 digits can be rearranged in 6 different times. And because we can rearrange, so then we need to rearrange the 4 digits. So that's for the 3 digits. Then the 4 digits. So then we do 4 times 6, and that'll give us 24. But because we can swap between these two, so we got other 2 options, we double the number of options that we get times 2, and that gives us 48 options that we can write these digits. Question 20. So K, L, and M are weights. Both of the scales balance exactly. How many M weights are needed to balance one L weight? Okay, so we can build some equations from this. So 3K is equal to 4L, and K is equal to 2M plus L. So then the question is, we need to find M in terms of L, and the length will be K here. So because we don't want to include K in either, so K will be equal in this case 4/3 L, and here K is equal to 2M plus L. So because these are equal, 4/3 L is equal to 2M plus L. Take away L from each side, and then we have 1/3 L is equal to 2M. Multiply everything by 3, so L is equal to 6M. So 1L will balance 6 M's. So the answer is 6. Question 21. So this question, you can clearly see here that this is all about completing the square. So when you complete the square, you do it into 2 steps. So we're going to complete this part of the square. So you look at the number here, which is -6. First step is you divide by 2. So x minus 3. So that's the first step, squared. Then you take away the square of that. So you took -3, so the square of it, which is 9. And then we add the rest, which is the -15. So then this goes to x minus 3 of that squared minus 24. And that's the answer for question 21. Question 22. Match each expression to its value. So a is √2 and b is √18. One has been done for you. So a squared is that. So a plus b. Okay, so let's actually simplify these two. So a is pretty much simplified. B can be simplified. So b can be equal to 2 times 9, which is equal to root 2, 2 times root 3 root 9, and that's equal to 3 root 2. So b is actually equal to 3 root 2. So a plus b would be 4 root 2, because we add 1 root 2 plus 3 root 2, so we get 4 of them. Then a times b, so a times b, so it'll be root 2 times 3 root 2. So the root 2's become a 2, so it'll be 2 times 3, which is 6. And then last one, b divided by a. So b is 3 root 2 divided by root 2. The root 2's cancel, and then we simplify it to do a 3. And that's the answer for that one. So question 22. Question 23. So this is quite a typical question. It's often very asked. So 0.13 recurring. What we can do is we can say let x be equal to this. And then let 10x, because we want to just on the decimal part to have just the recurring part. That's why we shift the decimal point once to the right. So 10x will be 1.3 recurring. And then 100x will be equal to 13.3 recurring. And what we can do is then we can say, okay, well, let's take 100x minus 10x, which will be equal to 13.3 recurring, take away 1.3 recurring. So the recurring parts will cancel out, and then you'll end up with 90x is equal to 12. So x is equal to 12 over 90. Now it does one in its simplest form, so we can simplify. So simplify a 3 from both sides, so 4 over 30, then simplify a 2, so it'll be 2 over 15. So 0.13 recurring is the same as 2 over 15, and that's the answer for that one. Then we have question 24. So points P, Q, and R form a triangle. PQ is a horizontal line with P on the y-axis. The angle PRQ is a right angle. The gradient of PR, so PR is 2, so this gradient is 2. Work out the coordinates of Q. Okay, so first thing probably that we want to do is work out what this point is. So this would be a 0, some point. Now because the gradient is y, so that means that the difference in y, so 22 minus y over the difference in x, which is 8, is equal to 2. So 22 minus y is equal to 16, so y is equal to 6. So this point right here is 0, 6. And which means somewhere along this line it will cross that line. Now because this is a right angle triangle, that's really useful to us because that means that these two lines are perpendicular. And if two lines are perpendicular, that means if you multiply their gradients, you get -1. So 2 times this gradient has to be -1, so the gradient has to be -1/2. So this gradient is -1/2. Now, so we know that at least the y value for this will be 6. We don't know the x value. And we want to know the x value, but we know the gradient. So we know that the change in y, so 6 minus 22 over x minus 8 will be equal to -1/2. So minus 16 equals to minus x minus 8, all of that over 2. So I just move that to the right, and I'm gonna move the 2 to the left. So minus 32 is equal to minus x plus 8. So move the minus x to the left, making it a plus, and then move the minus 32 to the right, making it a plus as well, is equal to 8 plus 32. So x is equal to 40. So now the coordinate for Q will be 40 and 6. 40 and 6. And that's question 24 for 5 marks. So you get 1 mark for working this out, 1 mark for this, 1 mark for setting this up correctly, and then 2 marks for working out the 2 correct points. Okay, question 25. So these are expected values that you are expected to remember. So sine of 30 is equal to a half, tan of 45 is equal to 1, and cos of 30 is equal to root 3 over 2. Okay, so now that we have all of these values, we can sub them in. So that can be written as tan. Okay, so it'll be 4 times a half, that'll be 2 minus tan 45, which is minus 1 over, so, or divided by 2 times root 3 over 2. They cancel out, so it'll be 1 over root 3. And also, so this is equal to, so now it's telling you that this can be written as tan x. And there is one value for which this is true. And again, these are one of the values that you are expected to remember. So x in this case would be 30, because tan of 30 is equal to 1 over root 3. And that's question 25. Question 26. We have a circle with center O has circumference. So the circumference of the circle is 20 pi. Then Q is a point on the circle, and OPQR is a square, where the diagonal is the radius of said square. Now it says that the perimeter of the square, so the 4 sides of the square added together, to the circumference of the circle has this ratio, where a is an integer. So we need to work what that is. So first thing we want to do is we want to work out what this radius is. So we know that the circumference is 20 pi. So 2 pi r is equal to 20 pi, because 2 pi r is the circumference of the circle. So we can cancel the pi's, and then we know that r is 10. So r is 10. So my radius is 10. Now in my square, this makes a right angle triangle where this is 10. We don't know what this is. But they're the same. So we can call this A. No, let's not call it A. Let's call it B and B. So we can use Pythagoras to make a link between them. So it'll be b squared plus b squared is equal to 100. So 2b squared is equal to 100. B squared is equal to 50. Now we square root both sides. So b is equal to square root of 2 times 25. So b is equal to 5 root 2. So the side of my square is 5 root 2. Now the perimeter of the square will be 4 of those. So it'll be 20 root 2. So that's the perimeter of the square. Now the circumference of the circle is 20 pi. So again, like I said, when you have ratios, you can divide one by the other. So 20 root 2 over 20 pi. The 20's cancel out, and then we end up with root 2 over pi, which is root 2 pi. So now A is equal to 2. That's question 26. Now question 27. So we've got a journey has two stages. So stage 1, a distance of 30 kilometers with an average speed of a and a time of 30 over a. And then we have stage 2, so different velocities. Show that the average speed for the whole journey in kilometers is that much. So the average speed for the whole journey will be the total distance over the total time. So total distance is 60. And total time is 30 over a plus 30 over b. So I'm gonna put this together into one single fraction. So b, 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 and a. So it'll be 30a plus b over ab. So that's the average time. So now to put it together, so it's going to be 60 divided by 30a plus b over ab. And now, if you remember, so again, we're divided by fractions, so we can flip the one that's dividing. So 60 over 1 times ab over 30a plus b. We can simplify this, and then we end up with 2ab over a plus b. And that is what they asked us to show. And we have done it. And that concludes the AQA higher paper. I'm gonna have a small break, and I'll do the last OCR higher paper. So thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be back in maybe like 3 minutes. I'll have some water, and then we'll push for the last paper of the day. We've done the 2023 foundation papers. We did the Edexcel, OCR, and AQA. We've done also the Edexcel higher, AQA higher, and now for the last one, the OCR higher. So thank you guys. Thank you, Jamie, for joining. Jack, Dom, shout out to you guys. Fanny, Boris, Catherine, you guys are the best. Thank you for showing up. And I'll see you guys very shortly in 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back for the last paper of the day, the OCR higher paper. Thank you all for joining and tuning up. It's been good. Doing a lot of maths today. Probably more than I did when I was studying, actually. Thank you all for the donations as well. Thank you guys. Got one more paper for today for the paper 1 preparation, and it's the OCR paper 4. So again, this is a calculator paper, and let's get on with it. So question 1, calculate. So again, we get our calculator. Where is it? Make sure you put brackets around the numbers so you don't get messed with the calculator order, and make sure you also do not forget your negative signs as well. So the answer that you would get from your calculator will be something like actually, let me just post the paper as well so you guys can follow along. This is the paper 1, and yes, so if you put this in your calculator, you should get something like 7.568 through E and so on. Now, because it wants 3 significant figures, so you count 1, 2, 3, so up to here. Now you look at the 8, so the 8 is going to round the 6 up to 7, so it's going to be 7.57. Then for question 2, the price of petrol decreases from 1.32 per liter to 1.02 per liter. Calculate the percentage decrease in the price. So the price has decreased by 0.3 pounds, and the total was 1.32 pounds. So again, we put in our calculators, it'll be 0.3 divided by 1.32, and that is, and then multiply by 100, and that'll give us a 22.7%. So it decreased by 22.7. 22.7. So again, we follow the simulation. You get some questions from the foundation paper. Okay, so question 3. Part A, if Jack and Ling share some money in the ratio 2, 3 to 4, so I'm going to make a little table. So 2, 3 to 4, so that's the ratio, that's the proportion in which they share the money. Jack, so we've got Eve here, Jack, and Ling. Yes, that's right, it's crazy where when the petrol price goes down. And so Jack gets 720. So then when we think, so what do we need to do to 3 to get to 720? So we do the opposite, so we divide 720 divided by 3, that's times 240. So then we do the same thing to the proportion of Ling, so it'll be 4 times 240. And the money that we get is 960. So Ling gets most of it. She gets 960 pounds. Part B, Amir, Beth, and Casey share some money in the ratio 3 to 5 to C. Casey's share is 2/3 of the total. Find the value of C. So in this case, we do want to find the total of our ratios. So the total for this, so the total number of parts that we would get here will be 3 plus 5 plus C, which is 8 plus C. So that's the total number of parts that we get. Now, Casey's share will be only C out of the 8 plus C parts. And then it tells us that the share is 2/3. So this is equal to 2/3. So we can we can do cross multiplication. So it'll be 3c is equal to 2 times brackets 8 plus c. 3c is equal to 16 plus 2c, and c is equal to 16. So she gets most of it, which is quite a lot, honestly. Question 4. Alex invests 4,500 at a rate of 7.5% per year simple interest. Okay, sounds good. Find the value of the investment at the end of 4 years. So because it's simple interest, that means that he will earn the same every year. So it does not compound, which is too bad because that's a pretty good interest rate. So 7.5. So the first thing we'll do is we'll find what 7.5% of 4,500 is. So again, we use our calculator. So 4,500 times 7.5, divide that by 100. So it's only so we divide this by 100. So 4, 5 divided by 100 times 7.5. So it is 337.5 pounds every year. So this is for 1 year. Now for 4 years we multiply that by 4 because it's just simple interest. And we get 1,350 that he earned in the. Did I multiply anything wrong? Hold on. 4530 times 7.5. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, so that's it. And then, so part B then says, oh right, hold on a minute, right? Because the answer, so the question is not how much he earns, but the total value of it. So we need to add his initial investment to it as well. So the total value of the investment will be 5,850. Yes, so that's the correct answer. At the end of T years, the value of the investment is over 13,500 for the first time. Find the value of T. So we know that each year he's gonna get 333.5. So let's take away the initial value of the investment. So 13,500, take away the initial value, which is 4,500. That gives us it's 45, 9,000. So we need to know how long it took him to get this much interest. So if each year is 337.5, then we divide this by 337.5, and we get that it takes 26.6 recurring to get to that value. But because it's year by year, we round this up. So after 27 years, he will get over that investment for the first time. Question 5. So we write this in a standard form. So a standard form, we need to make basically the number has to be between 1 and 10. So that means we need to move the decimal point 1, 2, 3 times. So, but because we're moving it to the right, our index is going to be negative. So it's going to be 3.86 times 10 to the minus 3. So 3 because we moved the decimal point 3 times, and negative because we had to move it to the right. Part B. The speed of sound is 3.43 times 10 to the minus 1 kilometers per second. An object is traveling at the speed of sound. Work out how far the object travels in 1 day. So that's a long time for something to travel that fast. But anyways, so if in 1 second we travel 3.43 times 10 to the minus 1 kilometers, then we need to find out first how many seconds are there in a day. So 1 day has 24 hours and 1 hour has 60 minutes. So this is the hour, this is the minute, and 1 minute has 60 seconds. So in 1 day you have um, you have 86,400 seconds. And so now we multiply the distance that it takes 1 second to travel, which is that one. So it'll be 86,400 times 3.43 times 10 to the minus 1. And we get a distance of 29,000 kilometers, 635 kilometers. 29,635 kilometers. Part C. In a science fiction story, a spacecraft traveling faster than the speed of light is said to be traveling at warp n, where n is an integer. Warp n is defined as n cubed times the speed of light. In the story, a spacecraft needs to travel from Earth to Neptune in less than 2 minutes. Okay. The speed of light is 3 times 10 to the 5 kilometers per second. The distance from Earth to Neptune is 4.41 times 10 to the 9 kilometers. Find the smallest possible warp n at which the spacecraft can travel. You must show you're working right. So warp n is defined as this much. So it'll be n cubed times 3 times 10 to the power of 5. So that'll be our required speed. Now that has to match that we make it to Neptune in less than 2 minutes. And if our distance is this much, so this has to match our speed of 4.41 times 10 to the 9 over, because the speed, if you guys remember, so speed is distance over time. So it'll be our distance of 4.41 times 10 to the 9 over the time. Now our time is less than 2 minutes, so we'll take it 2 minutes. Now, because we're measuring in seconds, we need to keep everything in seconds. So it's going to be over 120 seconds. So we know that n cubed has to be equal to 4 times 41 times 10 to the 9 over 120 times 3 times 10 to the 5. So these are multiplying and then they go dividing. So we're just making n cubed the subject of the formula. And we can put this into a calculator. So 4.41 times 10 to the 9 over 120 times 3 times 10 to the 5. So this is equal to 1225. And then so this is the minimum required. So you have to get to at least this much. So n cubed is equal to 1225. So if you guys remember, the opposite of square is the square root, which means the opposite of a cube is the cube root. And since we have a calculator, we can apply a cube root to the number that we have. And the number that we have for n is 4.966. Now, it does tell us that n is an integer, and we have to get at least that. So we need to go faster than this, and the closest n speed for this would be 5. So n is equal to 5. Okay, question 6. A 6-sided numbered spinner is thrown 50 times. The score of each throw is recorded. Some of the results are shown in the table. An 8 was thrown f times, an unknown number of spinners represented by n. So that was one of the scores. So because the frequency is 50, so all of these numbers together has to give me 50. So if this is 12, so this 12, this is 14 plus 9, that'll be 23 plus 16, that'll be 39 plus f, I don't know, but plus 4, it'll be 43. Now 43 plus some number has to give me 50. That number is 7, so f is equal to 7. Then it tells us that the mean score of the 50 throws is 5.5, which means that the average of this is 5.5. Now to find the average, I need to know the average frequency. So I need to multiply the score times the frequency. So 1 times 12 is 12, 3 times 2 is 6, 5 times 9 is 45, 6 times 16 is 96. And then I know what f is 7, so 7 times 8 does 56, and then n times 4 is just 4n. So we add all of these together, so it'll be 12 plus 6 plus 45 plus 96 plus 56. So it'll be 215 plus 4n. Now the average, so the mean, so this 5.5 will be equal to all of the score times the frequency added together, so 215 plus 4n over the number of throws I did, which is 50. So then we can multiply by 50, so 5.5 times 50 is equal to 275 is equal to 215 plus 4n. Take away 215 from 275, and so 60 is equal to 4n, and n is equal to 60 divided by 4, which is 15. So n is 15, and f is 7. Yeah, f is 7, and that's question 6. Okay, so for this question, we want to first we need to draw the graph. Now the graph, so we're going to start by plotting all the points. So this first point is going to be -4 and 6.5, which is here. Then -3 and 4, which is here. -2 and 1, which is here. -1 and -4, which is here. And then 1 and 4, which is here. 1 and 4, then 2 and -1, 2 and -1, which is here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And then 3 and -4, 4 and -6.5. So actually on this one, because we're divided by x, we can't touch the y-axis, right? So that's one amendment I have to do to my solution in the foundation paper, because this question came about. So what we'll have is something like this, like that, and like that. So this curve will look like this, and it will never touch, so they do not join. That's one mistake I did in the previous one. Okay, then part B says use your graph to find a positive solution for this. Give your answer to one decimal place. So the possible solution will be this one right here, because this one is the negative solution, so we take this one. And this one is about 1.5, 6, 7, 8. So it's about 1.8. So that's the solution for this one. Question 8 says the diagram shows a circle inside a square of side 12. Work out the percentage of the square that is shaded. So first thing, we need the area of the square, which is 144, which is 12 times 12. Then the area of the circle. So if the diameter is 12, the radius is just 6. So the area of the circle will be pi r squared, which is 36 pi. Then this little shaded area, so all of them ones will be the difference, so all four of them will be the difference between the square and the circle. So the difference would be 144 minus 36 pi. So that'll be for all four corners. But because we only want one of them, so we divide that by 4. And then we put that in the calculator. 144 minus 36 pi divided by 4. So one of those corners is 7.73. Now the question wants the percentage of the square that is shaded. So what is shaded is 7.73 centimeters squared. Now out of the square, the full area of the square is 144, so we divide it by 144. And we can put it into a percentage, which is 5.37%. So 5.37%. That's the answer for question 8. Question 9 says then, the sides of this triangle are given in centimeters. The perimeter of the triangle is 80. Find out the length of each side of the triangle. You must show your workings. So the perimeter is 80, which means this plus this plus this has to be 80. So x plus 5 plus 2x plus 8 plus 3x plus 1 has to be equal to 80. So we have 1x, 2x, and 3x. So that's a total of 6x. Then 5 plus 8 plus 1. That's 14. Plus 14 is equal to 80. Take away 14 from 80. So 6x is equal to 66. And x is equal to 11. So we divide. Which means that, so this side will be 11 plus 5, which is 16. So this will be 16. This side will be 2x plus 8. So 2 times x, which is 22, plus 8 will be 30. So this is 30. And this will be 3x plus 1. So 33 plus 1, 34. This is 34. And those are all the sides of this triangle. Then use the triangle above. Is the triangle above a right angle triangle? Use calculations to show how you would decide. So what we can do is, if it was a right angle triangle, so if it was a right angle triangle, so let's say if it was this right angle triangle, the two shorter sides, so this is 16, 30, and 34. The two shorter sides squared should be equal to the hypotenuse squared because it would be a right angle triangle. Then Pythagoras would be accurate. So we do 16 squared plus 30 squared. So that's 16 squared plus 30 squared. That's equal to 1,156. And then 34 squared is 1,156. They are equal, so it is a right angle triangle because the two shorter sides squared is equal to the longest side squared. So Pythagoras applies. So it is a right angle triangle. Question 10. 100 people were asked whether they visited France or Spain. So we know that 55 had visited France, 60 had visited Spain, and 4 had not visited every country. Thank you, Jamie. I do it for you guys. And so if 4 had not visited either country, that means 4 goes here. Now, because we have 100 people, so all the numbers inside it has to add to 100 people, which means for both France and Spain, they need to add up to 96. And if we add 55 plus 60, we get 115. So the difference is 15 actually. So then we take what we have here, so 115 minus 96. So 19, which means the difference has to be here, 19. So we take 19 from France and 19 from 60. So 55 minus 19 is equal to 36, and 60 minus 19 is equal to 41. So if we add all of these numbers together, we should get 100. So we do 36 plus 19 plus 41 plus 4 is equal to 100. So this is the correct proportion. So in this kind of problems, that is how you do it. So first you find the intersection, and then you take away to both. And the intersection is when you add your two sets together, and then you take away what it should be. Then part B says, one of these 100 people are chosen at random. Write down the probability that this person had visited exactly one of the countries. So that means that he either just visited France or just visited Spain. So it's just France or just Spain. So or in probability means plus. So the probability that he or she just visited France is 36 over 100, or means a plus. That the person visited just Spain will be 41 over 100. So adding them together, that is 77 over 100. So the probability is that, or 0.77. Write down the probability that this person had visited France, given that they also visited Spain. So for this one, there's a formula that you guys should be familiar when it comes to conditional probability. I actually don't have it in the top of my head, but let me just quickly get it, and it's this. And it reads like this. The probability of A given B is equal to the probability of A and B over the probability of B. So it says the probability given that this person had visited France, given that they also visited Spain. So this will be F, S, F, F, S, S. So in other words, it will be the probability of F intersection S and probability of S. So then we look at our Venn diagram. We know that the intersection of F of S is 19 over 100, or in other words 0.19. That might be a bit easier to write. And we divide it by the probability that's just Spain, which is so Spain is 60, so 0.6. 0.6. So we put in a calculator, so 0.19 over 0.6 is 0.316. So that's the probability that the person had visited France, given that they also visited Spain, 0.316. So it's very important that you guys remember this formula. It'll be one of the rare occasions where I will say that you guys do have to remember a formula, because it's like that sometimes. And this is one of the rare cases. Okay, we're back. Audio's back. Just the typical behavior of my headset. Okay, so you must use the coordinate grid to help you answer the following question. So describe fully the single transformation that is equivalent to a rotation of 180 with center 0, 1. So 0, 1. So rotated by that much. And a translation of that much. So, well, so let's do the transformation of what it would be if we did this. So a rotation of 180 means that it will be flipped along this point. So this line would become here, and then this point would be here. So this is the 180 rotation about this point. And then this translation would be moving it 4 units to the right. So it'll be here. So that would be the full translation. So that'll be both together. Now, this also looks a lot like the translation that we did, like the rotation. So we can actually think of this as a translation, but about at a different point. So if we were to do, so in here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we 1, 2, 3, 4. So instead we translated it about this point. So sorry, if we did the rotation about this point, then that would also work. So a single transformation for this would be a rotation of 180, but instead of the center 0.1, the center would be 2, 1, and that's it. And that would be the rotation, the full transformation of this one. Question 12. Here are two functions. Function A, so you have an input, then you add 5, and then to the result you multiply 3, then you get your output, and then you have the same thing with function B. Write an algebraic expression for the output of function A when input is x. So if it's x, first we add plus 5, so x plus 5, brackets, then we multiply by 3, so it'll be 3x plus 5. So the algebraic version of it would be 3 times bracket x plus 5. Here's a basic composite function. So you have an input, you run it through function A, then you run it through function B, and then you get the inputs. The input in function C is x. The output from function C is 2x plus 1. Find the value of x. Okay, so that means that if we do all of these steps, so we know the output of function A will be this. So the input to function A, sorry, the input to function B would be 3x plus 5. And now what we do to it is we multiply by 2. So this input we're gonna run 3x plus 5. So we multiply by 2, then it becomes 6 bracket x plus 5, and then we take away 1, so it'll be 6 bracket x plus 5 minus 1. So this output also has to match this output, so they happen to be the same. So 6 bracket x plus 5 minus 1 is equal to 2x plus 1. Now this becomes an equation that we can solve. Expand the bracket, so it'll be 6x plus 30 minus 1 equals 2x plus 1. Move the 2x to the left, so it'll be 4x, and then move the other numbers to the right. So it'll be 2 minus 30. 4x is equal to minus 28, and x is equal to minus 7. So that's the answer. X equals minus 7. Question 13. So we've got two pieces of work. Each shows a question and the first line of an incorrect solution. For each part, describe the error made in the first line of the solution. You do not need to complete the solution. So what the person did here is he tried to make the denominator the same. So what you need to do to the first term, you need to multiply by x plus 4 over x plus 4. And what this person did, it multiplied by x minus 1. So that's wrong. And in here it should have multiplied by x minus 1 and x minus 1 and it multiplied by x plus 4. So these two are wrong, in the wrong order. Then for this, so the general equation, the general quadratic equation is minus b plus or minus b squared minus 4ac, all of that over 2a. Now pay attention that the minus of the b, it only affects the b, not the whole thing. In here, you put the negative outside the line, so it's actually going to negative everything that's inside and give a wrong answer. So this minus should be there, and the line should be longer, like that. And that's a mistake for this one. Question 14. Let's have a look. A college offers 41 different subjects, including 9 languages. Okay, so 41 subjects, 9 languages. Students are asked to choose one subject from option A, one subject from option B, and one subject from option C. So you get 3 options. Each of the 41 different subjects appears only once, either on option A, B, or C. Option A, so you've got 14 subjects including 2 languages, 12 subjects including 3 languages, 15 subjects including 4 languages. Work out the proportion of all the possible subject combinations that include at least one language. Okay, so for option A, you can do so what would I say? Choose one subject. So a college. Let's have a look. Let me read. This is a bit convoluted. So a college offers 41 different subjects, including 9 different languages. Right. So option A. So we've got 14 subjects, including 2 languages, 12 subjects, including 3 languages. Okay. So let's say the total number of options without restrictions. Okay, so let's say, because we want the proportion of all possible subjects that include at least one language. So all possibilities will be 14 times 12 times 15, because those are all the available options, regardless of whether it's a language or not. So that'll be 14 times 12 times 15. So that'll be 2,520. Which means then, let's say, okay, so if we can't work out at least one language, we can work out at least with null languages. So all the combinations with null language. So the non-language combinations will be, so in here will be 12, in here will be 9, and in here will be 11. So it'll be 12 times 9 times 11. So these are all, and these are the non-language combinations, which is 1,188. Now, which means that with at very least one language will be not this. So it'll be 2520 minus 1188. So 2520 minus 1188. So all of the possible combinations with at least one language then will be 1332. And the proportion would be that divided by 2520. Cool. And that's it. We can simplify. They do not ask us to simplify, so we're not going to. We just leave it as it is. But I think if you put in your calculator might be able to do it for you. Yep. Mind it, and it's 37 over 70. And that's the one. Okay, question 15. Y is inversely proportional to the square root of x, which means y is inversely proportional, so 1 over the square root of k. Now I can write this as y is equal to k over root x. It tells us that when y equals 7, x equals 144, which means 7 is equal to k over 12, which means k is equal to 7 times 12. Which is 84. So k is equal to 84. Now they want us to find y. So y is equal to 84 over square root of 16. The square root of 16 is 4, so 84 over 4. And that's 21. So y is equal to 21 in this case. Question 16. If it rains on a given day, the probability that it will rain on the next day. Okay, so if it rains on a Tuesday, the probability that it will rain the next day is 0.65. If it does not rain on a given day, the next day, so if it does not rain, so no rain, the probability that it will rain the next day is 0.3. So this is 0.35, this is 0.7. It rained on Monday. So if it rained on Monday, on the next day, the probability that it will rain will be 0.65, which means that the probability that it will rain on Tuesday will be 0.65 and 0.35 that it will not rain. Now it says find the probability that it rains on Wednesday. So we just complete the Venn diagram, and then so find the probability that it rains on Wednesday. So it'll be it'll be that it rains on Tuesday and rains on Wednesday. So it'll be 0.65 times 0.65, or that it does not rain on Tuesday, so 0.35, but it rains on Wednesday, which is 0.3. And then we put in the calculator. So 0.65 times 0.65 plus 0.35 times 0.3. And that's equal to 0.5275. So the probability that it will rain on Wednesday is 0.5275. Okay, question 17. So PQ are points on the circumference with center O, angle PRQ. So PRQ is that much. Angle PQR is that much. Line STP is tangent. Okay, tangent is good. Work out angle A. Give your reason for the answer. So we know that it's going to be a triangle, so this angle right here is going to be 180 minus, so 59 plus 67, 126. This is going to be 54. So this is going to be 54. But because we have an alternate segment here, this angle happens to be the same as this angle. So A is 67 because angles in alternate segments are equal. QR, to say anything else about QR? Yeah. Then work out the angle of B. So if we know that this is 67 and this is a tangent, so this has to be 90. So B has to be 90. So B has to be 90 minus 67, which is 23. So angle B is 23 because angles on a tangent from a tangent to a center of a circle is 90 degrees. Yep, that's that. So B, E, F, G, H are points in the circumference of a circle. Center O, acute angle EHG is X. So complete the following given value for the angles in terms of X and the so angle EOG, so this will be 2x because angle at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. Okay. Yep. Therefore, reflex angle EOG uh, so because reflex angle, what's the reflex angle? Therefore, a reflex angle, well, so EOG is 2x, right? And then angle EOG, right? So it'll be right. So the other one, right? So the reflex will be 360 minus 2x. Yeah, because it's the other one. Then angle EFG, then angle EFG. So again, so angle at the circumference, and the circumference is always half the angle at the center. So it'll be 360 minus 2x over 2, which is 180 minus x. Reflex angle. Yeah, so reflex angle is just the complement, just the rest of the circumference, you can call it, I guess. And then write down what your working in part 2b has proved. So that would mean that if this is 180 minus x, that means that angle EFG, so EFG plus EHG is equal to 180. So these two are what we can call complementary angles. Yep, that's it for question what question is this? 17. Question 18 then. Show that the equation has a solution between 1 and 2. Okay, so if you imagine a graph like this, and this is like a cubic, so it's going to look something like this. If you imagine that a solution is here, if you look at the y value here and the y value here, what you would see is that it either goes from negative to positive or positive to negative. So when x equals 1, this value would be 1 plus 1 minus 5, which is minus 3. And when x equals 2, it will be 8 plus 4 minus 5, which is 7. So there has been a change of sign. So it went from negative to positive, which means there is a root. And so there must be a solution between those 2 points. So so one way to do this is because we know it's between these two values, so we can narrow it down even further. So let's take the middle point when x is equal to 1.5. So because we have a calculator, we can set up these values. So it'll be 1.5 cubed plus 1.5 squared minus 5. So when it's 1.5, so when x is equal to 1.5 is equal to 0.625, which means when x equals 1, we get minus 3, which means the root is between these two. So we keep going. So we take the middle again. So it'll be now x let 1.25. So again, go to your calculator, put the value, and we get is equal to minus 1.48. So now we know it's between these two numbers. So again, we take the middle one. So we let x equal to 1. So plus 12, 37.5. So that's the next value that we try. 375. So again, so this one is negative 0.5. So now it'll be between these two. So we find the middle point between them two, and that'll be plus 6. So we do x equals 1.43, and then we see what we get. 345 actually. So 1.435, 1.435, and we get it's 0.014. So we know it'll be between these two. So now we try 1.4. So we continue doing that, and then we'll get, because our value is not changing that much at this point, so it will be around 1.4. So 1.4 would be more than enough for this, but that's the kind of method you would follow to find this root. Question 19. The graph shows the velocity of a particle over the first 20 minutes of its motion. So in the first part you see that the velocity is increasing, which means it's accelerating. Then it stays the same, so it's not accelerating, it's just moving, and then it's decelerating. So between 7 and 15 minutes, the velocity of the particle is v, meters per minute, labeled v. The average velocity of the particle over the 20 minutes, so because it is average velocity, that means total distance over total time, which is that much, right? So the total distance of this would be the whole area. If you guys remember from physics, in a velocity time graph, the area under your curve is the total distance. So the total distance for this part of the triangle will be 7v over 2, because it's a triangle, plus this difference. So this is 8 times v, so it'll be 8v, plus again, so base is 5 times v, so it'll be 5v over 2. So this will be the total distance. And then we add this together, so it's going to be 12v over 2 plus 8v, which is equal to 6v plus 8v, which is equal to 14v. So that's the total distance over the total time, which is 20 minutes. Now this is equal to 11.55. So 14v is equal to 11.55, 11.55 times 20 divided by 14. So so v is equal to 16.5. 231. So v is 16.5. Okay. Oh, this is the last question. All right. Question 20. The diagram shows triangle ABC. AB is equal to the much, BC is 8.2, AC is 12.5. Show that angle BAC, so BAC is 40.5. Correct to what decimal place. First thing we do is, because we have one angle, actually we need to prove what this angle is. We use the cosine rule. So because this is the angle involved, this is going to be 8.2 squared plus equals the other two squared, so it'll be 12.5 squared plus 10.6 squared minus 2 times 12.5 times 10.6 times cos of, let's call it alpha, this angle that we need to find. So let's rearrange a bit. So 2 times 12.5 times 10.6 cos alpha is going to be equal to 12.5 squared plus 10.6 squared minus 8.2 squared. So cos alpha is going to be equal to this. So 12.5 squared plus 10.6 squared minus 8.2 squared. Now the reason why I don't work out the numbers yet is because the calculator is going to do it for me. So I don't have to spend time, and you guys also shouldn't spend time trying to work them out if the calculator is going to do it for you. Okay, so all of that divided by this much. So 2 times 12.5 times 10.6. So now we put all of that in the calculator, so be careful with the brackets and the powers. 12.5 squared plus 12.5 plus 10.6 squared minus 8.2 squared 8.2 squared divided by 2 times 12.5 times 10.6. So cos alpha is equal to 0.75, well, 7.6. Then to find the angle alpha, we do the inverse cos of that, and remember to put it in degrees as well if you're working. So remember to put it in degrees. I forgot to put in degrees. So inverse cos of 0.75 is equal to 40.5. And that's it. Okay, now we need to work out the area of the triangle. So there's a particular formula for this because we don't have a base. Well, we do have a base, but we don't have the height. So what we can do, there's a particular formula for it. So we can use, oops, we can use the area Are we back? Yes, we're back. Okay, so just to finish, the area of the triangle can be given by, oh, I have two of the sides. Okay, we disconnected briefly, but I think we're back. Two of the sides times sine of the angle. So it's two of the angles that you did not consider. So if we're going to consider this angle, then we need to consider these two sides. So the area would be a half times 12.5 times 10.6 times sine of 40.5. So again, we put in the calculator. So it'll be 12.5 times 10.6 times sine of 40.5. All of that divided by 2, and we get an area of 43.02 centimeters squared. And that concludes the OCR higher paper. Oh, okay, that is it. That is it. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you all. Thank you for all the donations. It was great. It's been long, 6 hours. I'm gonna get some food. I'm pretty hungry. I think I've talked too much. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you guys on the next one. Good luck with your paper 1. If you guys need any tips or anything that you can think last minute, drop me a message on any of the socials. Remember to follow me on my socials and also Team Daniel as well. Check out their pages. It's been great 6 hours. Thank you guys. I'll try to make these solutions available at some point today, hopefully. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you on the next one.